Fox 13 News at 9 starts now.
New tonight, violent video out of South Memphis shows a person shooting a man in a parking lot of a gas station and then running away. The man shot in this video actually survived. Thank you for being with us tonight at 9. I'm Daryl Green. Darcy Thomas is off this evening. Now tonight, the hunt for that man who pulled the trigger enters its second week. Troyce Grant is live in South Memphis tonight, close to where that shooting happened. Troyce, you were able to get your hands on this very disturbing piece of security video.
Yes, very disturbing indeed, Daryl. Now, when you look at that video, you'll see that the suspect came out of nowhere and shot the man from behind repeatedly. Now, before you watch this video, we want to warn you, it is very hard to watch. What you just saw, a man shot multiple times at point blank. This shooting happened at 2:45 in the morning at a gas station on South Parkway and East Mississippi Boulevard. This video was taken from a surveillance camera at that gas station. It begins with the victim hanging outside the convenience store. Then, moments later, you can see the suspect come up behind the man and opened fire, shooting the man multiple times. The victim then falls to the ground. The shooter then walks off and then comes back as the victim tries to get up. That's when the suspect opened fires again, shooting the victim again multiple times before running off. The victim then stumbles away. Fox 13 has learned that after all of this, the victim survived this point-blank shooting. People in this area are left wondering why someone would want to shoot another person so many times.
It could be so many different reasons. I don't want to just say what it could have been because there are millions of things that it could have been.
This woman says something needs to be done to prevent the violence in her once quiet neighborhood.
I'm sorry for the family. All I can say is you just got to look out for yourself and others because it's not like it used to be.
Now, police have not named any suspects or a motive behind the shooting. And the last we heard, the victim was in critical condition at Regional 1 Hospital, but he is expected to survive. Daryl?
Fox 13's Troyce Grant live tonight. Thank you, Troyce.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Missing, a Edward Joseph special, part 2. All right, let's talk. Well, today, people, it has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. People's missing. A Edward Joseph special, part 2. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here and I am back. And I am back to talk about missing. But peoples, it's going to be more than just people missing. It is going to be a collage of events that is going to occur on tonight. Now, I got a nice little lineup for you on tonight. I am doing an impromptu tonight, peoples, because I have been gone all day and I haven't had a chance to go ahead and finish up all of the editing of what I needed to do. But, you know, the show still must goes on, peoples. You know, we still have to do a live and we still have to stay out in the algorithm. And so, peoples, I want to bring awareness to a lot of these cases that my moderators had felt that is really of an interest for the people to see and hear. Now, we do know about human trafficking and organ harvesting, peoples. We know that many people have come up missing throughout the days. And it's still happening today, peoples. Peoples are coming up missing. But not only are people coming up missing, but people are literally gone bonkers, peoples. Now, like I said, this live is going to be a collage of different things because we're going to bring awareness to many different cases. And not only many different cases, peoples, but many different situations and whatnot. And it's just strange to me, peoples, how us melatonin people act. We can't get into a place to where we be sensible peoples. But, you know, people just all the time just got to act out upon things. And I don't understand why it is peoples, but it is okay. It is okay, peoples, because see, the thing is, all of the actions that you take has consequences, peoples. You know, and it doesn't matter whether you're young and it doesn't matter to where you're old. They have consequences, peoples. And so, peoples, I want to go ahead and I want to start off with this particular live right here, peoples. Now I'm trying to see if I can replay this back, but it doesn't give me no button to replay it back. So I'm just going to have to kind of let it play through first before I go ahead and restart it. And so it's amazing, people. It's really amazing that these people, they don't train their kids too well, people. They don't train their kids too well. And you know, I tell you, if my child ever came to a place to where they would start acting out in a manner to which we are going to see these kids, man, they might as well just go ahead and take him down to the morgue, because it ain't no way whatsoever am I ever going to allow my child to act out in such a way, peoples. And so here we are. I don't understand the circumstances behind it, peoples, but it seems like these kids is ready. You know, they're ready. And so, peoples, without further ado, let me go ahead and let me share my screen, peoples, because this is just a kicker of the live that we're doing tonight, missing. But like I said, peoples, it's a collage of different things that is happening that I wanted to bring awareness to. Is that all right, peoples? So let me go ahead and let me share my screen, peoples, because this right here is just literally atrocious, peoples. I mean, this is simply crazy. Absolutely crazy, peoples. But let's sit back and let's look at this, peoples. Let's go.
I'm so sorry.
And so, people, you've already know where that girl is heading. You know, she's got an attitude like you wouldn't believe. Now, I must give her credit. The girl know how to fight. You know, she knows how to fight. And hey, you know, she was duking it out. She was like, no. It ain't going down like that. And so she was battling everybody. And then you see the security officer was just like, shit, I'm not getting into this. I ain't losing my job. And the man, he sat down there on the phone doing whatever he was doing and stuff. And I mean, it seems like the only way that you can control these little BADASS kids was by their hair. You know, pull them by their nap twigs and get them straight. But man, this came across my post, and I said, well, this is another thing that I need to go ahead and talk about and bring an awareness to. People, I don't know what went down, and I don't know why in God's creation is all of these kids at the doctor's office. I really don't know. I don't know what went down. They're over there in the medical examining room and things, and you see all of them got the shoes off, and you see all of the medical nurses and stuff is around, and everybody and stuff. They couldn't control them, and whatever sparked this little young lady and set her off. I mean, my God, she was just on fire, and she was just fighting everybody, you know. So my thing is this, peoples. You know, and this is a stark warning to each and every one of you who have some young kids that are bad ASSs. You know, you better take a belt to them, and you better tame down their temper and stuff, because see, if this girl can go into a doctor's office and start exploding and lashing out on people like that, ain't no telling where she's going to be when she's get older and have that type of attitude. And with that type of attitude, and she's going to be lashing out at people, well, you know already what's going to happen, because she's going to be in the system real quick. And once you get a number assigned to you, it's hard to get rid of that and things, because that attitude and that number is going to follow you for a lifetime. Now you better get and take a belt to these unruly kids and let these kids know, look, this stuff will not be tolerated. Now, the other day, I had shared with you a video of a little young buck, little young girl beating her grandmother down, literally beating her to a pulp. I mean, just beating the woman without a care in the world. She's just beating her. And I'm kind of like, well, what in the world is going on? What was going on with all of these little young bucks and stuff that they feel that they can just go ahead and just beat people just upon GP, just because they feel like it, peoples? No, see, that doesn't sit well with me, people. See, the one thing about Edward Joseph is simply this, peoples. I do not like a disrespectful child, period. I do not like a disrespectful child, period, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so, you know, that's what it is, peoples. I don't like a disrespectful child. And so there's another thing that I want to sit here and I want to share with you, peoples. And we're going to take a look at this real quick here, because see, I don't know if you can really blame someone, but I guess you can blame someone, because see, the thing is that you should never be leaving your child left behind, you know, and you doing whatever you're doing and things. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so let me go ahead and let me cue this up right quick, peoples, because it was a sister who jumped into a pool filled with fish. Now, why in God's name are they having fish in a swimming pool, peoples? Let's take a look at this. A sister jumps into the pool filled with fish to save a 3-year-old girl. Peoples, when I had saw this, oh my God, it broke my heart. I literally almost just died. Peoples. You know, why in God's name are they having a pool full of fish? people swimming in a pool full of fish. Peoples, this is graphic. This is really hard to watch. And, if you need to get your tissue and things and stuff, I do understand, because, man, I was like literally torn apart when I saw this. But I want to bring awareness to this as well. People, you have to maintain and watch your children, and watch them at all times and things, because the kids is coming up missing. But this is not a missing child. This is a child that was unattended and in a pool full of fish. Who does that, peoples? Who put live fish in a pool to where the people go and swim? Let's look at this, peoples. This is a little graphic now, but hold on.
That's a 3-year-old girl jumping in with her float. But moments after taking the plunge, she flips over and gets trapped underwater. Frantically trying to free herself, little Kaylee Dallas finally wrestles loose from the float, but struggles to stay above the surface. Luckily, her 10-year-old sister Jayla spots her and springs into action.
It was just very hard to see her like that.
Kaylee's aunt and a manager from the complex took over administering CPR as a witness called 911. Cops from the Chamblee Police Department rushed to the scene outside Atlanta.
She was completely lifeless. She had no pulse. She wasn't breathing.
What happened next was captured on Sergeant Ed Lyons' body cam. Sergeant Lyons frantically tried to resuscitate the 3-year-old.
I'm giving her chest compressions.
Kaylee was rushed to the hospital where she stayed for 2 weeks.
You're incredible, you know that.
She's back home now and expected to make a full recovery. Jim Spears says if your child doesn't know how to swim, they should be wearing a Coast Guard approved life jacket.
Why? Why, peoples? Why? Why is it that the people do not sit around and monitor their children? That little girl could have drowned. That little girl could have died, all because no one was monitoring. No one was monitoring peoples. That little girl could have died. She could have died, peoples. I said she could have died, peoples. And so, peoples, this is another story that I wanted to bring to you. Oh my God, no, I'm not answering the phone. This is my cousin. I'm gonna answer the phone. I tell him I'll call him back. It seems like of all the time get calls at the wrong time. Peoples, I want you to take a look at this. This is a story about 2 women who was 600 pounds and endeavored to lose weight. 600 pounds, people's really 600 pounds. And they endeavored to lose weight. And so they went to an aerobics class and things, and, you know, they took matters into their own hands and stuff, and they made sure that they got themselves in order. And so people's, you know, obesity is real. People tend to eat a lot. People tend to do and overdo it considerably. But I'm so happy for these 2 right here, because they took matters into their own hands. And they said, look, yeah, we know that we're big. We know that we're overweight and stuff, but we are sexy, and we are sassy, and we are classy, and we're not going to allow our situation to get the best of us. And so, peoples, let me introduce you to two sisters here. Let me introduce you to two sisters here who had literally took matters into their own hands, and they decided that they wasn't going to be a statistic, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so let me let you meet classy and sassy. Let me go ahead and cue that up, peoples. Let me cue up classy and sassy, peoples. Here they are. Let's listen to their story, peoples.
That is exactly why I be wanting to stay home.
Don't touch the ground, mamacita. There you go. In between, take breaks. There you go. Stop.
When we had to do the bicycle thing, I almost floated up. I don't know. I don't know if I was just pedaling too fast or what, but I almost lost my life real quick.
Are we holding that tummy? Keep that tummy tight, guys. 3, 2. And guess what? We did it. Nice.
That's good. That's nice. I'm so happy we came. Today is the first time we have ever did an exercise class together.
I am so happy to see you smiling. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow.
And so, peoples, that's what it is right there. People who is going ahead and taking the plunge to go and get themselves together. And so it doesn't matter whether they're big or whether they're small. The bottom line is that they had literally taken the plunge to go ahead and make themselves beautiful. You know, yeah, they were big. You can call them fat, you can call them obese, you can call them whatever and stuff, but see, I'll call them wonderful. It was because they decided that they wanted to go ahead and do something and make something of themselves. And see, the thing is, peoples, you know, I get it. All too often, people all the time want to go and make mockery of the people. They want to talk about them. They want to laugh at them. They want to do all of these things and whatnot. But, you know, at the end of the day, let's look at the brighter side of things. And the brighter side of things was simply this. Hey, they decided to take matters into their own hands and literally do what they needed to do in order to get things done. Now, people, this next clip is very, very shocking. It's a little small clip, but it's very, very shocking in things because, see, this is kind of like a little insight as to what I had to endure, me and my son, when we were out on the streets and stuff. And so this is just going to give you a little insight as to crashes and what happens out here in our Bay Area, in our neck of the woods. You know, see, we come encounter with this all the time. Now, just imagine getting hit from behind at 100 miles per hour. And so now I'm getting ready to show you a clip as to what the scene was like in me and my son's experience. Is that all right, peoples? Let's go ahead and let's take a look, peoples. The guy is over there going, God knows how long and how fast, and he's over there praying and just literally just grinding the brand new car alongside the highway. Jumps over and bam, smacks the other car. And don't know if the people was ever killed or anything. But see, that's just how it was with me and my son, peoples. Me and my son, we was driving along. I just picked him up from school, and we had turned up on the street, and I was on the phone with Trish and Gina to you. And all of a sudden, just soon as we turned, bam! My ears was ringing. My head was just literally ringing. Everything was ringing, and it was just so dizzy and stuff. I don't know what the hell happened. We spun around, we projected in the air, and we came crashing down on the side of the street and the curb. We came crashing down on the side of the street and the curb. And I was kind of like, well, what just happened here, man? What just happened here? I'm kind of like shocked, and I'm looking at my son and trying to see if he's okay and things. Guy blew down the street 100 miles per hour, peoples, and literally smacked us from behind. And all of it was captured upon the surveillance video cameras on the streets and things. And that's how we were able to clock, how fast he was going. And we got smacked dead back from behind. My son, literally, his head snapped into his chest. He lunged forward. He came right projected into the dashboard and the windshield, came ejected back into his seat, and then came and laying on his side. And I got literally pummeled, I hit my head from the top of the car. I snapped back, hit my head on the side of the door. Then I ejected forward right into the windshield. I mean, not the windshield, but the steering wheel. Came back, lunged forward, and then came and rested to the side. And all of the contents from behind, all of the contents from behind had literally came just inches away from projecting into both of our bodies, because all of the content from the trunk had protruded through the back seat and literally behind us. And it almost killed us. And here I am today. Here I am today, peoples. But it didn't go without consequences, peoples. I was in shock. And so when you're in shock, you do some things and you have incredible power. And boy, man, look at here. Dude didn't want to be around me because I got on his stuff big time. Literally. And it took the act of God to keep me from literally just going ballistics on the man, But yeah. As Trish said, I let the man have it. Oh, yes, I did. Man, when you mess with me and you mess with my babies, but especially my babies, and put my baby in a situation like that, oh my God, the man better be happy that, I had God in me. But I suffered fractured back. My son suffered greatly and things, and this happened last year in September. I was supposed to be going on this cruise. Which I am going, this coming November. Blessed be to God. But I was supposed to be going on this cruise, and I'm still got back problems. I still got back spasms and things and stuff, but I'm doing exactly what the doctor tells me to do. I'm exercising, I'm bending, I'm eating right. Now I'm drinking smoothies. I got me a juicer. I'm drinking smoothies, and it is the greatest thing that ever happened to me, peoples, because see, you don't know and understand how juicing can save your life. And in this next clip, peoples, I want to show you about juicing, because this right here will help you. This right here, this what I'm about to show will help you along the way, and it will give you vitality. So I'm saying, peoples, if you don't have a juicer, get a juicer, and then get this book that the lady is about to tell you, and it will help you. It will help you. Now, I have been juicing. I got a $600 juicer, and then I bought this other juicer. And so, I just got lazy. I just thought that, okay, all of the juicers is not going to be the same. So, but they are the same. Some is just a little bit more powerful than the other, which my first juicer that I bought is a little bit more powerful than the one that I got now. But still, they do the same thing. But see, the thing is, peoples, is that when you're juicing, you got to make sure that after you juice it, go ahead and disassemble it and put it in some warm dishwashing soap, so all of that fiber and stuff doesn't adhere on the inside in your screen, your mesh, the things to where it holds all of the pulp and stuff. So immediately put it in there, so all of those fibers and stuff will be loosened and it'll be easy to wash out. That's the only thing about juicing is that you got to clean up afterwards, and you just got to make sure that you don't let it sit for so long, because once it sits, it's hard to get that fiber out of there. But you got to let it soak, and But let me share you this, peoples. Get this book, and get on to juicing. I juice me orange juice every morning. I juice me beets. I juice me carrots. I juice me bok choy, and I juice me celery. And I'm telling you, I have the energy like Hercules. Now, Mariah Lavender, she is one that just literally impresses me, because Mariah Lavender all the time stays on the go. People, she stays on the go. And so Mariah Lavender is just like me, She stays on the go. I stay on the go. I'm constantly going. I spend an hour driving to work. I've shown you guys what it was like for me driving back from work and things. And, it's about a 2-hour drive and whatnot. And then I go live, and I'll be on live for about 5 or 6 hours and stuff. And then, go to sleep and do the same thing over and over again and stuff. And so, hey, it's a wonderful thing, but it comes with a price. And then some days, I know that I'm not as young as I used to be, but, I don't know that. I don't know that. So, I got to take care of myself. And so, peoples, you literally have to take care of yourself, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? And so let me go ahead and let me share my screen, because I want you guys to see, and I want you guys to get this, people, so then you'll be in the know, and then you'll be ready to go ahead and take good care of yourself. Is that all right, people? So let me go ahead and let me share my screen. Y'all get this book, because I have it, and it's going to be one of the best things that you can ever do in your life. Juice your way to healthiness. Juice your way to healthiness, peoples. And it will keep you going. I'm telling you. Stay away from a lot of the juices, and stay away from a lot of the sodas and stuff. If you can, stay away from all of that sugar. Get you some lemonade, get you some ginger ale, and then juice you some juice, and then be healthy. Let's take a look at this, peoples.
Beetroot on its own supports blood pressure, stamina, and circulation. But when you combine it with ginger and lemon, you unlock a natural powerhouse for blood flow, energy, and inflammation. Here's what I use: cold filtered water, 1 small beetroot, a slice of fresh ginger, a handful of spinach, and a splash of lemon juice. Blend it up, and that's your natural heart-healing smoothie. This isn't just a tasty drink. It's one of over 200 healing recipes from the best-selling book, The Natural Healing Handbook. Everything inside is backed by tradition and modern science, using ingredients you already have in your kitchen. Beetroot helps lower blood pressure, boost stamina, and improve circulation. Ginger supports healthy cholesterol and fights inflammation. Together, they work better, naturally. If you're looking for something simple, fast, and actually effective, this is it. And right now, they're offering up to 75% off to clear out their current print run before the new edition launches. That means you can get the full book for less than the price of a takeout smoothie. No fluff, no guesswork, just real remedies that work. And if you try it and don't love it, there's a 30-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. But I have a feeling you're going to wish you found this sooner. Click below to grab your discounted copy while it's still available.
And so, peoples, get you the book. Get you the book. You know, whether you eat vegetables, whether you eat fruits, or whether you eat whatever, you got to eat something. You got to eat something. And so, you know, but get you the book, because it will be the best thing that you can ever do for your health and whatnot, you know. Now, I know people may be lactose intolerant. People may have diabetes and, you know, suffering from all kind of ailments and things. People's, I'm telling you, I never been sick. I don't know what it's like to be sick. When people tell me that they're sick, I just look at them kind of like, well, okay, you know, I never been sick. I never had to go through the various things that some people go through and whatnot. And maybe because, you know, I do eat my fruits and vegetables and stuff. You can't get around that, people. You got to do it. You got to eat something. You got to eat something plant-based and stuff. And it's good for you. It's good for you. It's better than all of this, even if you have high cholesterol, or even if you have high blood pressure, or, you know, suffering from nerve damage or whatever. Get the book and juice your way to vitality. I'm telling you, I'm a witness. I have done it myself. You know, I wouldn't be promoting or help trying to promote things that doesn't work, but it works for me. And you know, another thing that works for me, peoples, is when I hear a woman who can belt out from the belly. I mean, literally belt out from the belly. I'm telling you, peoples, this next shirt that I'm about to show you, peoples, oh my God. Now, if this girl cannot sing, woo, this girl can sing. I mean, this girl can sing, peoples. And see that's an old slang term for the old people, you know, for the people who are religious, you know. But people's, let me let you hear this girl right here. Ha, as they say here, ha. Let me let you hear her, peoples. Let me share my screen, peoples. For all of you gospel fanatics, there she is, right there. Let her sing so you can make it to heaven. Take it away, ma'am.
When I needed him. When I needed him. Friends left me. Friends left me. Friends left me. Friends left me. When I needed him. When I needed him. Friends left me. Friends left me. Friends left me. Friends left me.
Boy, look at that. You see that art? You see that art? Boy, she put that on to heaven. He said, friends left me. Friends left me. Come on, one more time. One more time. Mama. Hey! And when she needs to have a look at her, he's going to arch that back. He said, friends left me. Hey!
When I needed him. When I needed him. Friends left me. Friends left me. Friends left me. Friends left me.
And see, peoples, when friends leave you, God is your all and all. And see, peoples, her friends left her. Did you hear what she said? She said, friends left me. Friends left me, peoples. But what she said was, God is my all and all. And so that's what it is, people. I said that's what it is. God is my all and all. And so when friends leave you, people, don't worry about it. Hey, don't worry about it, because God is your all in all. God is going to protect you. God is going to be there for you. Hey! My. Woo! Woo, boy. We'll see when I was going through, peoples. I was going through. My friends, they left me. But I said, that's all right. I said, because my God is my all in all, peoples. And so, peoples, I can't thank God enough. Thank you, Jesus. Woo! Thank you. See, I just like this preacher, Reverend Charles Adams, peoples. I said I get just like this preacher, Reverend Charles Adams, because see, he had spoken in so many different languages, peoples. He's spoken in so many different languages. And so I've only can speak in one language. The only thing I can say is in the language that I speak, thank you, Jesus. But let's listen to the Reverend Charles Adams in thanking God in so many different languages, peoples. Let's listen in.
Just to thank you. If I were Chinese, I'd say oh dear. If I were Danish, I'd say mangatat. If I were Italian, I'd say grazia. If I were Hebrew, I'd say toda raba. If I were Greek, I would say Eucharisto. If I were Japanese, I'd say domo arigato. If I were Portuguese, I'd say obrigado. I wish I had 10,000 tongues just to thank you. If I were Chinese, I'd say oh dear. If I were Danish, I'd say mangatat. If I were Italian, I'd say grazia. If I were Hebrew, I'd say toda raba. If I were Greek, I would say Eucharisto. If I were Japanese, I'd say domo arigato. If I were Portuguese, I'd say obrigado. If I were Spanish, I'd say muchas gracias. If I were German, I'd say danke schön. If I were French, I'd say merci beaucoup. If I were Russian, I'd say spasiba. If I were Kenyan, I'd say ashanta. If I were Nigerian, I'd say eje pupo. If I were Zulu, I'd say ingia bonga. If I were Sutu, I'd say kea iboha. If I were deaf, I'd say but since I am who I am, and I got what I got, and I feel what I feel, I'll just say thank you, praise your name, amen.
And see, peoples, did he come down your alley? Did he come down and did he speak your language? Did he? Let's hear that again, peoples. All I can say is thank you, Lord. Thank you. But see, I'm just a child of God, peoples. That's all. And so all I can just say is thank you. See, I can't speak all of those other languages. I can't walk down that path like that. But see, when you hear Edward Joseph speak, I've only spoken the language that I know, and that is, thank you, Jesus.
I wish I had 10,000 tongues just to thank you. If I were Chinese, I'd say oh dear. If I were Danish, I'd say mangatat. If I were Italian, I'd say grazia. If I were Hebrew, I'd say toda raba. If I were Greek, I would say Eucharisto. If I were Japanese, I'd say domo arigato. If I were Portuguese, I'd say obrigado. If I were Spanish, I'd say muchas gracias. If I were German, I'd say danke schön. If I were French, I'd say merci beaucoup. If I were Russian, I'd say spasiba. If I were Kenyan, I'd say ashanta. If I were Nigerian, I'd say eje pupo. If I were Zulu, I'd say ingia bonga. If I were Sutu, I'd say kea iboha. If I were deaf, I'd say but since I am who I am, and I got what I got, and I feel what I feel, I'll just say thank you, praise your name, amen.
And see, peoples, that's all it takes. You may not have that vocabulary to go ahead and speak like he does, but all you have to do is just raise your hand and just say, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Lord. Oh, I just want to thank you, Lord. Ooh, thank you, Jesus. One more time, peoples. He been so good. Hey. Oh my God, people! You guys didn't hear that? It took me off. Okay, let me try one more time. Let me bring this over like that. Let me place that down. Okay, good. You guys can hear me. All right. I don't know what happened. It just like kicked my mic off, but I'm just gonna do one more verse of that. You've been so good, good, hey, you've been so good, yeah, you've been so good. Good, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, just want to thank you, Lord. My. Woo, thank you. Oh my God, peoples. Boy, I tell you. Thank you, Jesus. See, I thank God for giving me a good voice. Woo, thank you. Hey, thank you. Woo, thank you. My. Woo, thank you, Jesus. Thank you. My. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Oh my God. Peoples, I tell you, peoples, you know, when you have gone through what I have been through this past year, you can't help but to lift your voice to heaven and just thank God. Thank him for everything that he has done, peoples. You know, when you have literally, peoples, been through what I've been through throughout the years, you can't help but to lift your hands and just say, thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Now see, peoples, this next story right here is very heartbreaking. This is a little young girl who literally had beat her grandmother. Literally just literally beat her. And I don't know, peoples, for the likes of me. My God, people's boy. This is going to be a very triggering, very triggering little short. It's very short, but I tell you, peoples, you know, these kids nowadays is gone off the railings. They have. And when I saw this in my algorithm, I'm kind of like, what in the world is going on? Why are these young people doing our elders like this? We're seeing the young people fighting in a doctor's office. Now we see an unhinged young lady going off on her grandmother. Peoples, this is very triggering. This is very triggering. So, you know, let's try to contain ourselves and things. You know, let's try to contain ourselves and whatnot. But I wanted to bring awareness to this and stuff, peoples, because see, this is what's happening today. This is what's happening today. And this is what's happening to our elders. You know, the parents, they go off and they have kids and stuff, and then they go to jail for whatever reason. You know, the grandparents have to raise these little bad ASSs, you know. I tell you one thing, peoples. Had this been my grandmother, that child wouldn't have been living today. I'm telling you. And I didn't care if it was my brother, my cousin's daughter, or whoever's daughter and stuff. You put your hands upon my grandmama. Oh, no. You would never live to see the light of day. So, peoples, I just wanted to bring awareness to this, because this is what these kids is doing now to our elders. And I've always been one that greatly respect my elder peoples. But this is major elder abuse. And this is another child that's going to be a statistic that is going to find herself somewhere locked up with the key thrown. And I don't know where the mother and father is, but, you know, they had the audacity to sit here and post this upon the internet. Really? And then the young baby that's sitting up there is learning what to do from her older sister. It's very triggering, peoples. Very triggering. But let's take a look.
Get off me! Get my stuff! Get my shit! Off me! Fucking touching me! Get off my stuff! You ain't leave my stuff alone! Get off me! Get my stuff! Get my shit! Off me! Fucking touching me! Get off my stuff! You ain't leave.
So in the commentary, people, it says black child beats up her own grandmother and posted it on social media. Bonnie Williams has said right, she wouldn't be able to see daylight or anything other light because both her eyes would be swollen, shut up with a big lip and fat nose. And then Bonnie Williams had said sad as FUCK. And I'm not going to go scroll down to all of the other comments, but man, look at here. Look at here, peoples. What in God's name is going on? What is God's name is going on, peoples? You know, why have these young people have literally lost it and gone off the hinge? For what reason? What is compelling these young people to do the various things that they're doing? I never, ever understood that, peoples. I never understood that. You know, I never understood that. And it ain't no excuse for it, peoples. I said it ain't no excuse for peoples. You know, ain't no excuse for it. And so, you know, when I see things like this, I gotta take me back to a place in a space, because see, I don't want my mind to be there. I don't want my mind to relive and account all of these things and keep that in my mind. So I got to take it back to a place in a space to where, you know, I can go ahead and pray this madness out of me, peoples. See, because see, the thing is, peoples, if you continue to keep watching stuff like this, then it's going to be a part of you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, you know, this is what my mother, my grandmother, my grandfather had done for me to keep me out of trouble. Do you understand what I'm saying? I got to go back to a place and a space to where I can be able to say, Father God, take this away. You know how they say, Calgon, take it away. Well, I say, Lord, take it away. Do it for me right now. So take me back. Is that all right, peoples? Can I go back? Can I just have a moment in time, peoples? Take me back.
Too good to me. God's been too good to me. Believe I shout. Believe I shout. Believe I shout. Believe I shout. He healed me. He healed me. He brought me. He told me. He kept me. Never left me. Believe I will. Believe I will. Believe I will. I shout, 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 shout. I dare you to look at somebody next to you and just tell them, excuse me, what God's been too good to me. God's been too good to me. God's been good. God's been too good to me. God's been too good to me. Believe I shout. Believe I shout. Believe I shout. Believe I shout. He healed me. He healed me. He brought me. He told me. He kept me. Never left me. Believe I will. Believe I will. Believe I will. I shout, 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 I dare you to look at somebody next to you and just tell them, excuse me, what God's been too good to me. God's been too good to me.
And see, peoples, you know, when you got a tough stain and you need to get it out, you gotta shout it out. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? See, when I see things like this, peoples, it vexes my spirit. But see, you know, I got to take it back. I got to take it back, peoples. I got to take it back to my roots. Anybody ever grew up in a church like that, peoples? I said, did anybody grow up in a church like that, peoples? Well, I grew up in a church like that, peoples. I grew up there, you know, grew up in a church like that. And so, peoples, you know, I can't just dwell up on the negative. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can't stay in that type of space. I can't fill my mind with negativity, peoples. Degradation. You know, I can't stay there, peoples. I got to take myself back to a moment in time, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, see, you know, it's a mixture. It is good and it's evil. And evil all the time tried to surpass the good. And so even though I am reflecting upon a lot of the things that come across in my timeline, peoples, I still got to remember who I am and whose I am. See, peoples, I refuse to just dwell upon the negative. Do you understand what I'm saying? I got it mixed a little bit of the good in. Do you see what I'm saying? And so although we have saw some atrocities, some things that literally would have taken us to a whole different plane, I don't want to stay there, peoples. I want to bring awareness to it, but I don't want to stay there mentally, emotionally, psychologically. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So I have to come back to a space and place and time. See, peoples, let me tell you something. While I have been on YouTube and Facebook, I have encountered some devious, devilish, and demonic people. People who was just so sick in the head. People who wanted to ridicule me, talk about me, put me down, scorn me and my family, don't even know me from daylight, but yet tried to use me and abuse me. Verbally joust and do all of these different things. But see, people, I'm a child of God. And the Lord had already told me no weapon that is formed against me shall prosper. Did you hear what I said? No weapons, period. Nothing. Not your tongue, not your mind, not your mouth, not your manners. Nothing shall ever prosper over me, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? And so, which brings me to this post right here, peoples. And this is a post that this young man had did. And I tell you something, peoples, doesn't matter how you feel about him. Redemption is always in order, peoples. I am redeemed. I have been bought with a price. Jesus, he saved my whole life. And if anybody asks you just who I am, you tell them that I am redeemed. And so peoples, even though this young man has did the various things in his life, he can be redeemed. And even behind the prison walls, peoples, his voice still resonates out to the masses. And so let's listen to a tribute from Mr. R. Kelly about Malcolm Jamal Warner. This is his tribute song, peoples. Let's listen in.
Heard the news through a whisper in the yard. Somebody said Malcolm gone. I sat there and I ain't even know what to feel, man. We ain't break bread or talk on the phone, but I knew his name like a brother's name. I remember watching you on the screen, a black man with grace, not just part of the scene. You walk like royalty, talk with truth. You showed the world what a real man do. You weren't chasing fame, you were chasing light. Taught young kings how to walk right. You stood in a storm with your head held high, and now the world's asking why. I didn't know you, but I felt the loss, like we all lost something when your soul took off. And from this prison, I bow my head for a brother gone too soon. A life well spread. You left your mark, man. You stood your ground. Now heaven got a king wearing that crown. And though I ain't get to call you a friend, this is love from one soul to another until the end. Oh. I know the weight of trying to do good when the world don't always see you how it should. You carried that, but still stood tall. Taught boys like me we could have it all. Even behind bars, I still remember that look in your eyes. Calm like December, like you knew your mission, stayed in your lane. Now I pray your name don't fade in vain. So here's my letter to the sky tonight, from a man with regrets and a heart that fights. You inspired from afar, never asked for fame, but you gave us power just by speaking your name. I didn't know you, but I felt the shift when the world lost you. It lost the gift. And from these walls, I send my song, a humble tribute for a soul that's gone. You taught us how to live with grace. Now I hope to meet you in that holy place. And though I ain't get to call you a friend, I call you a brother until the end. Rest easy, Malcolm. From one brother to another, you matter.
And so, people, I wish there was just an instrumental version to this, because this is a young brother.
Heard the news through a whisper in the yard. Somebody said Malcolm gone. I sat there and I ain't even know what to feel, man. We ain't break bread or talk on the phone, but I knew his name like a brother's name. I remember watching you on the screen, a black man with grace, not just part of the scene. You walk like royalty, talk with truth. You showed the world what a real man do. You weren't chasing fame, you were chasing light. Taught young kings how to walk right. You stood in a storm with your head held high. And now the world's asking why. I didn't know you, but I felt the loss. Like we all lost something when your soul took off. And from this prison, I bow my head for a brother gone too soon, a life well spread. You left your mark, man, you stood your ground. Now heaven got a king wearing that crown. And though I ain't get to call you a friend, this is love from one soul to another until the I know the weight of trying to do good when the world don't always see you how it should. You carried that, but still stood tall. Taught boys like me we could have it all. Even behind bars, I still remember that look in your eyes. Calm like December, like you knew your mission, stayed in your lane. Now I pray your name don't fade in vain. So here's my letter to the sky tonight, from a man with regrets and a heart that fights. You inspired from afar, never asked for fame, but you gave us power just by speaking your name. I didn't know you, but I felt the shift when the world lost you. It lost the gift, and from these walls I send my song, a humble tribute for a soul that's gone. You taught us how to live with grace. Now I hope to meet you in that holy place. And though I ain't get to call you a friend, I call you a brother until the end. Rest easy, Malcolm. From one brother to another, you matter.
And so, peoples, everyone can come with their judgmental ways, but people can be redeemed. I said people can be redeemed, peoples. You know, it's really sad how everyone will consistently and insistently be critical when people have done things in their lives, and they want to hold them accountable forever and a day. But see, just like the woman at the well, peoples, when she was caught in a fault, and the Savior, the Master, the Omnipotent One, the Redeemer came, and he had written in the ground, and all of the accusers that was there to stone the woman had rocks in their hand, and they were going to stone her to death. But see, the Redeemer had written, and it was translated, "He who is without sin, let him cast the first stone." And so when the people had saw the Redeemer write the words, then one by one, each and every one of them dropped their stones and walked away. And the young lady standing before the Redeemer, and the Redeemer had said, "Where is thy accusers?" And she had said, "There is none, my Lord." And so his words that he spoken unto her had said, "Go and sin no more." Go and sin no more. And those were profound words that the Redeemer had spoken to the lady who was caught in a fault. And so, peoples, have you been caught in a fault? And is the world coming crashing down upon you to remind you of these things that you have done? Do you want the Redeemer to forgive and to set you free? I want to play the song, peoples, because this is in my spirit. And so it says, I am redeemed. I've been bought with a price. I just want this person to just sing a little this for us, if you will. I am redeemed. I've been bought with a price. So can you sing that for us, my brother? Y'all hold on for a moment. Okay. And so I just, people's, this is a live that I've been wanting to do, and this is an impromptu live. So it's not something that I just am following a certain script. I'm only following what's in my spirit to do in things, even though I am bringing awareness to different cases and things. You know, there are some things that I need to speak to the people about, and the Lord is speaking to me, and he wants me to tell you and you that he is the Redeemer, and you have been bought with a price, peoples. And so he wants me to remind you, it doesn't matter what you may be going through in this life right now, peoples. God can and God will. And even for those families who were suffering behind their loved ones who were taken, I just want to remind them, God knows all, he sees all, and he does all. But for you who is struggling with addiction, with friction, with whatever it may be, I want you to know that you are the redeemed, and you've been bought with a price. Let's listen in, peoples. I am the redeemed. I'm redeemed,
Bought with a price.
bought with a price.
Jesus has changed my whole life.
Hey, hey, anybody ask you just who I am, you tell them. I am redeemed. Come on, get away now.
I'm redeemed. Bought with a price. Jesus has changed my whole life. If anybody asks you just who I am, tell them I Where there was hate, love now abides. Where there was confusion, peace now reigns. I'm walking with Jesus. I'm a child of the King. It's all because I am redeemed. Yeah. I'll tell of His favor. I'll tell of His love. I'll tell of His goodness to me. He purchased my redemption with His own precious blood. And from sin, I've been set free. Oh,
I am redeemed. With a price. Jesus has changed my Tell them I'm redeemed. I've been bought with a price. Yeah, Jesus has changed my you tell them. Tell them I've been set free. It's all right to tell them. Tell them what God has done for me. Want to tell them. I am victor. My God, my God, my God. And you see, peoples, I am redeemed. You see, I've been bought with a price. I am redeemed. And so people's, you know, I don't have a problem in admitting some of my mistakes. You know, I got a problem with cursing. My father used to curse a lot. And so I've got that earnestly. And so now my oldest son curses a lot. but it doesn't change who I am, people. So do you understand what I'm saying? And see, I got struggles too, and that's one of my struggles, peoples. It's one of my struggles is cursing, Another one of my struggles is anger management, because I get angry. I get angry off of just stupid stuff, nonsense. I get angry when people come into my space to invade my space and try to shake it up with this madness. I get angry. But see, I had to learn how to control that beast in me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I had to learn how to control it. I had to learn to go ahead and change that part of me and, temper down that spirit that has been rising within me. And so people's, I thank God. I thank God. I thank God, peoples, that the Lord is changing me. Do you understand what I'm saying? He's changing me. And so I thank God for redeeming me and putting a new spirit within me, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so, I do these lives to say, hey, yeah, we see a lot of things that is funny. We see a lot of things that is uncharacteristic and whatnot. But do we all the time have to be critical? We don't, but we do. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? We don't, but we do. And so I'm learning how to not be so critical when I see things, peoples. I'm learning how to say, hey, yeah, I get it. I see it. I understand it, but I don't have to go and give anything to it. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't have to speak negatively about it, but I certainly may not have to speak positively about it. Sometimes you ain't even got to say nothing. Sometimes you ain't even got to say nothing, people. Sometimes it's just best just to, and let it be like that. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so I want you guys to take a look at a few of the things that I have already lined up. I'm going through some things that I have had in my algorithm and whatnot. And I want to talk about it, people. So I do. I want to talk about it because, like I said before, people, this is a live that is going to have good and bad in it. We're going to have our ups and we're going to have our downs, and we're going to have a moment of laughter and we're going to have a moment of silence. We're going to have a moment of cheer. And I've been wanting to do this, and finally here I am. Here I am. I mean, this is the right time. This is the right moment. And see, people's, you can fight things, but you have to learn how to be obedient to what the Spirit tells you to do. Is that all right, peoples? And so I want to share this particular live with you peoples. I want to share this particular one right here. Now, when I saw this, I was kind of like, okay, Some of these people, boy, you know, they're just funny. They're just funny. And sometimes, you know, we got to have a little bit of humor in the things that we see. And so let me kind of like change the tone a little bit and whatnot, people. So let me add a little bit of humor to this, because like I said, it's not all degradation. Is that all right, people? Let's take a look at this young man right here and what he had to say in church. All right, people, here he is. Let's listen to him. Oh my God, peoples, when I first saw that, I was like, what in the world is going on here? You know, I said, these people, boy, these people, boy, man, look at here. I said, Instagram got some things going on. I mean, they really do. They be cracking me up. I'll be sitting up on Instagram watching some things and stuff, and I'll be like, oh my God, peoples. Oh my God. Well, peoples, this is another thing that I wanted to share with you and whatnot on. And this is to all of the Prince fans. Now, there's a warning to all of you peoples that this is going to be very, very graphic. And so I warn you peoples, you know, it's going to be very graphic. And so let me share my screen for all of you Prince fans. This is how they had saw Prince at his home the day he died. Now, as you can see, they have all of the probes that is up on him and things. As you can see, it was no help that they could have administered. Prince had died of an overdose. He's been slipped some tainted pills. And so the people wanted him out the way. Just like Michael Jackson. Remember, Michael Jackson had died of an overdose as well, but it was ministered by a doctor who were proclaimed to have had all of this medical knowledge and has been treating him forever and a day. But the time has come, peoples, to where they wanted Michael out the way. And so the time has come that they wanted Prince out the way. And this was some of the photos that we had seen in his house, peoples. Prince had died getting off of his elevator, peoples. And this is how he had looked at the time to when he died, peoples. Prince. You see, peoples, still you can't share. Still you can't share the memories and things. Okay, peoples, I am back. Still, you can't share. You can't share the memories and things because see, these are the things that I'm live. No need to call right now. I'm live. But the live is back on. But I'm still going to let it stand. They didn't copyright strike me. They just, made it so to where I had to stop playing his music. But it's amazing that they wanted to cut me down for the music, but for the photos, they don't say anything or do anything Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? You know, and so again, here it is right here. This is Prince. So why is it that they don't copyright strike me right here while I am showing his photo deceased in his house, but yet you want to go ahead and try to strike the page when I'm playing his music? People's, I've always will continue to fight the fight in things, and I'm not going to make no money off this. This particular video is not going to be monetized, and that's fine. That's fine, because I'm not trying to make money off of it. I'm just only trying to put out there that of and bring awareness to that of what we need to bring awareness to peoples. And this is Prince. And this is how they saw him in his home, peoples. Prince. It's Prince. And so, peoples, you know, this is just how YouTube and Facebook is in things. You know, they all the time want you to go ahead and, you know, they want you to go ahead and they never want to allow you to do much of anything. But that's okay, because I'm going to do it anyway. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said, I am going to do what I need to do anyway. Is that all right, peoples? All right, people. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share this next live with you. So I have to lighten up the mood a little bit and things, but you know, this is going to be a little grotesque a little bit, but hey, you know, oh, people, that's their culture. Okay, so here I'll probably have to play it twice because it already started. It already started before I had a chance to, and that's the only thing about YouTube. I mean, TikTok streams or reels or whatever and stuff. You know, you can't play it back. So it's already started. So let me turn down the sound a little bit, but this is really going to get some of you peoples. And you know, you are what you eat. From your head down to your feet. you know what I'm saying? Okay, so let's take a look at this, peoples. You are what you eat. Look at this guy. So, hey, men, do you want a snack?
With bacteria, and eating too much can be risky for your health, but in Vietnam, people absolutely love it. First, it's thoroughly washed and massaged to remove the strong odor. Then, the breathing holes are carefully cleaned by hand, and the black outer skin is peeled off, revealing a clean white surface underneath. Tiny hairs are also removed to make it comfortable to eat. After that, it's marinated with lemon to freshen up the flavor. Then it goes into a pot with local red fruit and coconut milk, and simmers slowly. Chili and garlic are added for an extra kick. As it cooks, it turns a vibrant red, and the texture becomes rich and chewy. Finally, it's thinly sliced and served with fresh Vietnamese vegetables and dipping sauce. At first, people might hesitate, but once they try it, they're often surprised by how delicious it is. One of the most unique foods in the world, cow vagina. It's packed with bacteria, and eating too much can be risky for your health, but in Vietnam, people absolutely love it. First, it's thoroughly washed and massaged to remove the strong odor. Then, the breathing holes are carefully cleaned by hand, and the black outer skin is peeled off, revealing a clean white surface underneath. Tiny hairs are also removed to make it comfortable to eat. After that, it's marinated with lemon to freshen up the flavor. Then it goes into a pot with local red fruit and coconut milk, and simmers slowly. Chili and garlic are added for an extra kick. As it cooks, it turns a vibrant red, and the texture becomes rich and chewy. Finally, it's thinly sliced and served with fresh Vietnamese vegetables and dipping sauce. At first, people might hesitate, but once they try it, they're often surprised by how delicious it is.
Cow vagina. Really? Cow vagina. It says it's delicious and it's nutritious, but it's packed with a lot of bacteria. And if you eat too much, well, then, you may get sick. But the people in Vietnam, they love it. you know, you can't make this stuff up, people. Oh God. Oh boy, people, yeah, you got to get a kick out of it, people. You got to get a kick out of it. Moo moo. Oh God. Oh Jesus. Oh God, Lord Jesus, help me get through this. Woo, Jesus. Lord Jesus, help me. Oh God. Boy, I don't want to. I got to get off this, peoples, because my stomach is going to start hurting, and then I won't be able to talk. So, but yeah, that's what it is, peoples. That is what it is, peoples. That is what it is, peoples. And so, peoples, let me go ahead and let me show this. Let me show this, and then we're going to go ahead and get into what I wanted to talk about on tonight. Is that all right, peoples? Okay, so I'm gonna share this real quick. So now it's just amazing to me, peoples, that people do the darndest things. Now, she's doing all of this in church, and they're singing. Let's take a look at this, peoples. Let's take a look at this.
Holy family. This church? Hey, Tom Franklin! Look what you started! What you got on? Congressman Jamal Franklin! Holy family. This church? Hey, Tom Franklin! Look what you started! What you got on? Congressman Jamal Franklin!
And so, people, this is the things that people do. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said this is the thing that people do. This is the thing that people do. They don't they don't tend to respect the church, peoples. I said they don't tend to respect the church. So, and it's really sad, people. It is really, really sad that people don't respect the church like they should. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, this is the type of stuff that the people do. It's really sad, peoples. It really is. It really is sad. But it is real, peoples. It's really sad, but it is real. All right, people. So missing. Let me share my screen, people. Missing. This is what happened to a young lady in Atlanta, Georgia. And it says, let me go ahead and. It said a woman's body found stashed in Southwest Atlanta storage unit. And she has gone missing. So people, let's listen in to WSB TV.
Developing now at 6 o'clock, Atlanta police are working to find a killer who shot a woman and then hid her body inside a storage unit. Channel 2's Michael Seiden live for us now in Southwest Atlanta. And Michael, police believe this victim was dead for at least 24 hours before someone called for help.
Yeah, George, and right now detectives want to know when she was shot and killed. I can tell you that for most of the day, investigators were focusing their attention on inside that storage unit. That's where they found this woman's body. Atlanta homicide detectives at the scene of a murder on the city's southwest side after investigators say someone shot and killed a woman, then moved her body inside a storage unit connected to several businesses at the shopping center on Campbellton Road and Delow Drive.
Around 11 a.m. this morning, officers with the Zone 4 precinct responded to a person down in the 2800 block, or sorry, the 2000 block of Campbellton Road. Upon their arrival, they located a deceased white female in the storage space behind me. It appears that that female was shot. Another male located her inside, and that's when he flagged down a worker back here who called 911.
Right now, investigators believe that the killer fired at least 2 shots, including one inside the storage unit.
Right now, homicide investigators are speaking with members of the community as well as pulling video to determine what happened here.
Investigators from the medical examiner's office responded to the scene on Wednesday afternoon and determined that the victim had been dead for at least 24 hours.
We don't have a lot to go on at this point, but we're hoping that the video canvassing will help us.
Yeah, and speaking of that video, we have seen surveillance cameras all over this shopping center. We know police are going to be reviewing that footage, hoping that they can identify a suspect in this murder. We are live in Southwest Atlanta. I'm Michael Seiden, Channel 2 Action News.
And we've covered other crimes in Southwest Atlanta over the past couple of weeks, so we wanted to see how things are trending. Here's some numbers. APD calls that area Zone 4. Person-to-person crimes, they're down 14% year over year. Homicides, down 27%. Rapes, they're up 100%. Aggravated assault is down 15%, and burglaries are up 3%.
Rapes is up 100%. Rapes. So why is these people killing the people? You know, you got a lot of people coming up missing. And why is these people going off hinge and killing people? You know, and I thought that Atlanta was a wonderful place to go because I went down there. I stayed down there for about a week. The people were so wonderful and so nice and things. But, you know, I'm beginning to see that Atlanta is beginning to be just like Chicago. You know, I mean, when I went down to Atlanta, oh my God, Atlanta was beautiful. They had beautiful women, had good food and everything and stuff, and people were so nice and friendly. Now, every time I'm looking around, every time I'm looking around, Atlanta is making headlines. It's crazy. Will I visit Atlanta again now? Never again in my life. Nope. That's it. It is too crazy out there. Atlanta has did a flip to the flop. And people are dropping like flies. I mean, every time you're looking around, you know, someone's missing, someone is getting raped, someone is getting sodomized, someone is getting murdered. You know? And I never looked at Atlanta like that in things, you know, but now the city of Atlanta is just going bonkers. It's really sad, people. It really hurts my heart to see that, because, you know, I held Atlanta in a high regard and stuff. And I got a few friends that live out there. And not to say that they're crazy, but I mean, it's just a lot of the things that is going on out there is making the city look really, really bad. Now, I'm sure that, you know, in a lot of places, Atlanta is really good, just like California, you know. President T talked about Oakland. Now, Oakland is not all bad. There's some good parts in Oakland, and all of the people in Oakland ain't bad either. It's just those hoodlums out there that makes the city and gives it a bad name. But not all of Oakland is bad, as well as all of Atlanta is not bad. But I mean, you know, things that I've been saying lately that's been trending. Way too many missing bodies, way too many people who's been getting raped and things of that nature. And the numbers that they have posted up that's saying that, you know, homicides is down and all like that and stuff. Well, I mean, you know, I don't know. I can't really call it because I haven't really did any deep research like that. But what I am telling you is that of what I've seen with my own eyes, you know, man, I don't know. I don't know if it's up, if it's down, if it's the same. I don't know. All I'm saying is that Atlanta is beginning to outpace Chicago as far as trending news, peoples, and as far as missing cases. And this is the live that we're talking about tonight. Missing. And so, people, here we are. It says, sick to my stomach. Ohio mother demands answers after police release missing 12-year-old's what name? But it didn't say anything. I don't know what they released, but we're going to find out what they released. And this just happened 2 weeks ago. And this happened in Ohio. Man, I will be livid. I will be livid if well, let me reserve my commentary, because we got to watch to see what the police had revealed about the missing 12-year-old peoples.
New at 5, a Columbus mother. She wants answers after police released her 12-year-old daughter during a traffic stop. The mother reported her missing days earlier. Bryn Caswell with our news partners in Columbus asked investigators what happened.
Disgusted. I was sick to my stomach.
That's how Megan Dunn describes the past 2 weeks. Her daughter, just 12 years old, reported missing to Columbus police back on July 16th. But it's this cell phone video taken by a bystander at Livingston and Fairwood that now raises serious questions about how officers handled the case.
They let her go. I have video footage of her and these officers, and they let that little 12-year-old girl that's been reported missing go. It's not okay. None of this is okay.
That video captured by bystander Deja Rutland.
I just looked at the video one time and knew that was that little girl.
Rutland recorded as police pulled 2 women and a man from a black Chevy Malibu, though it wasn't until the next day that she realized who the young girl might be.
I got on Facebook and the first thing I saw was that little girl's face, and my heart stopped.
Dunn confirmed the girl in the footage was her daughter, Chloe.
The fact that she was this close to a fentanyl overdose and the police had her, no regard for any of it. The negligence.
Columbus police asked questions.
How old are you?
but officers failed to recognize the girl they had in front of them.
She provided a wrong name and provided a false age of 15. The officers called her out on that, and she eventually provided her correct name. At the conclusion of that traffic stop, the officers arrested the adult male who had a felony warrant for a parole violation. They released the adult female, and they released from the scene of that traffic stop and allowed them to drive away.
I gave it a crack pipe and a crack.
Girl, get out of the car. Get out of the car.
How did those officers not look at this little girl and register that maybe she shouldn't be with this adult person? She's already provided a fake name, that maybe we need to bring her in for further questioning.
That's all part of the internal affairs investigation. I wish I could answer that. I don't have that answer. I can't place myself in those officers' shoes.
Why did they do that?
Well, that's what we don't know. I will say that it wasn't until you sent us the cell phone video on Tuesday, the following day, that we even knew about the traffic stop.
2 hours after I made police aware of the video, 6 days since she was reported missing, the little girl was found by police.
So did I help make this possible?
You did, yeah. And we want to thank you for providing that video because we had no knowledge of it. Yes, we wish we handled the traffic stop differently. We wish that we would have been returned to her parents the day before.
Dunn says while her daughter is safe now, she's still waiting for another phone call.
I want an apology. I want you to say, you know what? We failed you and your family.
And that was Bryn Caswell reporting. Columbus Police said, as you heard, is doing its an internal investigation, and the officers involved could face consequences.
The officers involved could face consequences, could or should. The girl was missing, reported missing, peoples. I said the girl was reported missing, and they're saying that the officer could face consequences, peoples. What do you mean could? They should. What is this adult black male and black female doing with a young buck? And they let him go. How did she get into their possession in the first place? And you already know the girl was whatever, and stuff. She was with him. So what is it that you can ascertain from this, peoples? I mean, really, think about it. Is she so messed up in the mind now that, she may end up going back and reverting back to that of what she experienced and things? I mean, come on, peoples. The police did not do their job. They didn't. The girl was reported missing. I said the girl was reported missing. And they let her go with the adult female, but they said that the girl is they say that the girl is in good condition right now. But it's still no excuse, peoples. Still no excuse. You got to watch your babies. I said you have to watch your babies, peoples. And these young people are so impressionable. So you already know, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what could have happened to that young girl. And, because she's with a older black woman and then an older black guy. Black guy had a warrant out for his arrest. So, he's got other things going on. But she left with the older lady. So my question is simply this. Why was she with the older lady in the first place? She's not with her race, because she's white. The girl, And I assume that the guy is black. I just assume. I don't know. They never showed him. I just assume. But whatever color he is, the simple fact is that she is with an older black woman. And what was she doing with her? And did you see how she was dressed? Because even with the blur, you can clearly see her attire. Look at the attire of the woman. And they let them drive off? Really? Boy. The officers needs to be fired. And then they need to be prosecuted, peoples, to the fullest extent of the law, for not following protocol, process, and procedures. Ain't no way in God's heaven could you not know that the young girl was missing. She already gave you a false name. So she already is letting you know that, hey, I don't want to be caught in things. So what you do is just give her a slap on the wrist. So then when she provided her real name, what, you guys didn't have the thing that says that she was missing? I mean, it reminds me of the Kanika Jenkins case. I mean, wait 24 hours and then see if she's going to appear. Well, the more time you wait, the more time that elapsed that, hey. But in this case, it really didn't matter what it was 24 hours or anything, because she was already deceased well before the 911 call. So it really didn't matter. But still, that's not the point. The point is that the people should have been on their job looking for the young lady at the time to when the report was given. Period. But they didn't want to do that because they already understood the play. Do you understand what I'm saying? People's Kanika's fate was already sealed when she came to that establishment. It was already sealed. Period. And it was nothing that nobody can do. It was already sealed. Everybody knew. But in this case right here, and this is what really pisses me off. Do you not think that the police should have known that this girl was missing? Don't you know how bad that looks? And even the captain or the sergeant or whoever he is even had to admit that they did not even know until the reporter said something. That's sad, people. That is really, really sad. And I pray to God that the young lady gets some mental help. I pray that she gets some mental help. But I see my people's coming into the house. Hello, Carla Henry. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carla Henry, I'm hoping and praying that you're able to get to your peoples to see if they will be willing to come on live and share their views about their loved one in things, because I really want to showcase that particular case. So bring real, true awareness to it. And put it out there in the atmosphere and put it out there in the airwaves and things and stuff. And hopefully that will be something that can help along this case and things. We're not going to sit back and we're not going to think that, the person has been unalive. We're going to keep hope alive. We're just going to keep hope alive. We're going to continue to keep watching, fasting, and praying. Because prayer changes things. It does. Prayer changes things. Prayer changes things. Prayer changes people. Prayer changes situations. Prayer changes things. And I'm just, to the degree within my hearts of hearts, know unequivocally and undeniably that if you really pray and earnestly pray, peoples, and when you pray believing that your prayers will be heard, God will answer your prayers. I'm here to tell you, peoples. I said God will answer your prayers. And so I'm looking forward to that conversation with the young lady to bring awareness to their situation. Is that all right? All right, peoples. I have another one that is in the queue that my moderators had posted up, and let me share my screen. We're going to take a look at that, peoples. It says, I just don't understand why. Indy mother describes finding daughter murdered. Suspect. Indy peoples went missing.
New tonight, a grieving mother says she's one step closer to justice after finding her daughter murdered. A suspect is now in jail tonight. CBS 4's Scarlett O'Hara explains the key evidence police say linked him to the crime.
Back in June, a mother came to check on her daughter who lived in this apartment complex after neither she nor her friends could reach her. The door was unlocked, and she tells us the scene inside was something no parent should ever have to walk into.
I would never get that image out of my head. I touched her, I said, Kamora. And then when I touched her, she was cold, she was stiff.
Danielle DiHaniesto found her daughter, Kamora Woods, half naked in her bedroom, shot in the head. She then waited 7 weeks for an arrest. Court documents detail how detectives identified a suspect using a fingerprint on a condom wrapper at the scene. It matched 23-year-old James Wallace, a convicted felon with an active warrant for allegedly tampering with his GPS monitor. Police say security video shows Woods leaving and returning from work. About half an hour later, it shows another car dropping off a man they believe to be Wallace. But only 17 minutes after he entered the building, he walks back out and leaves the complex alone.
I don't understand why. What was so bad to where you had to kill my child? What was so bad?
Investigators say Wallace admitted to pawning off Woods' cell phone because he didn't want her to call for help. Detectives say Wallace lied about whether he'd ever been to the apartment and what he did with the gun. He claimed he was drugged by Woods, passed out, and woke up handcuffed to the bed. He claims he was forced to put a condom on at gunpoint, but fought the victim off, grabbed a gun from his bag, and shot her. Woods' autopsy found no trauma to her body except the gunshot.
If it was really self-defense, why did you run? Why did you hide? Why did you take her phone and pawn it?
DiHaniesto says her daughter was a transgender woman, vocal and proud about who she was.
Her being transgender, I was always just worried about people being so hateful, and yeah, those was very concerning to me.
She describes Woods as very loved, with a big heart and a life cut far too short.
Just love your child. Accept your child for who they are regardless, because life is too short. You don't know what can happen.
On the Northwest Side, Scarlett O'Hara, CBS 4 News.
Her daughter is transgender. Her daughter is transgender. And he said that she handcuffed him to the bed and at gunpoint forced him to put a condom on. So let's break this down, people. So let's break this down for one moment, if we will. Y'all hold on. Let me go get a glass of water because I'm going to have to talk about this. Okay, you guys hold on for a moment. I got to get me a slice of this lemon pie. Okay, peoples, I'm back. So let's take a look at this for one moment. Now, the girl guy is transgender. And looking at this photo, you wouldn't even be able to discern or decipher that this girl was once a man. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's just like the person who walked into the halls of that establishment at Crown Plaza. And many people believed it was Kanika. But I said it wasn't Kanika, it was a transgender. You know? And by looking at this picture, peoples, you know, some transgenders, it's hard to tell that they had changed their sex. Now, by looking at this picture, would you ever thought that this person had ever been a guy? Would you ever would have thought that, people? Island Girl had said transgender, no. When you don't tell you was a boy and they find out you're a boy, something bad is going to happen. So transgender means, peoples, that you haven't fully converted. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what they call transgender. A transgender may be taking hormone pills and things of that nature to try to make themselves look like a woman, but they still have a Twinkie. Do you understand what I'm saying? They still have balls and they still have a sausage. They haven't fully completed, the process. That's why they call them transgenders. You know? Now, when you fully complete the process, then they no longer call you trans no more. I forget the terminology that they use for a completely, transformed person, but they don't call you transgender no more. They just in the case of Bruce Jenner was a woman. I mean, what was a man at one point, but all in his life he wanted to be a woman. He ran in the Olympics and got all of these medals and did all of this, was on a box of Wheaties and things that but he wanted to be a woman. And so what he did was he went on and he undergone the knife and he ended up slicing his dinky. They took off his balls and they gave him walls. And so now he's no longer known as Bruce Jenner, but he's known as I forget the name, but he's known as a woman, not a man now. Now, a lot of people know that Bruce Jenner is are transformed into a woman. Do you understand what I'm saying? He's transformed into a woman now. So he's no longer a man. So they don't call him a transgender no more, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? Colin Henry said that's why they should be honest and tell the other person. Well, when you are prepping up yourself and, you know, looking yourself to be the finest that you can possibly be in things and stuff, I get it. They're looking for love just like the guy is looking for love. The guy, he wants to get his little rocks off and things of that nature. You know, I get it. People say, you know, it's hey, you know, a lot of people do it and stuff. I mean, if that's what they do, that's what they do. A lot of people do it. But the thing is that you got to be forthcoming with the people. Just like Carly Henry said, you got to be honest and you got to tell the people before you even take it down that path, because like Island Girl had said, there's going to be dire consequences behind that. And whether you're gay, whether you're lesbian, whether you're trans, whether you're bisexual, or whether you're no sexual or whatever the case may be and things and stuff, I mean, you know, you have to be honest with the person whom you're going to lie down with. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the thing is, peoples, you know, if you're not honest, well, then things is going to happen. Now, let's break this thing down. You know, how did they connect? We don't know. But obviously, they connected. And obviously, this person already knew that they wouldn't have been able to get a person or find a person knowing that they are going through the processes of changing their sex. But they don't sit down on the toilet, but they stand up over the toilet. Do you understand what I'm saying? You may have boobs, you may have a backside, you may flat iron straight your hair, you may put on lipstick, you may put on eyeliner, and you may arch your eyes and do everything, but still you stand over the toilet. You don't sit down, you stand over the toilet. You can go anywhere and stand, and then you can relieve yourself because you are still a man. But you're taking hormones to change your body to become a woman, but you haven't fully converted. And so you know for yourself that you just can't go out and have relations with anybody and stuff, because ain't nobody going to be grabbing a stinky winky. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so you can turn off the lights, you can do whatever and stuff, but then when the man tries to go ahead and go into the cow's vagina, well, then it's like a sword battle, because two swords is going to be battling each other. And one sword can't get into the other sword. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the swords is going to be battling, and then they're going to be like, wait a minute, what the what? What the what? You know, I'm up here kissing on you and rubbing on you and you know, doing all of this thing with you, and you got a sword? Are you kidding me? And that's the reaction that any man would have. You didn't tell him that you got a stinky winky. And boy, all hell breaks loose. All hell breaks loose, people. She is a He-Man and the power of Grayskull. He-Man are, in this case, She-Man. She is a she-man, you know, half man, half female. And I just discovered not too long ago, people, is that a content creator that talks about different cases and stuff is a she-man. That's why she wear gloves to try to you know. But look, you can try to put some boobs and buns and all like that and stuff, and you can and you can disguise your face and try to look all purty and stuff, but your hands tell it all. And so that's why you wear the gloves, because your hands tell it all. And see, you can't get rid of the hands because you got manly hands. But you try to come off as being a woman, but you're all a man with just fake boobs and a fake butt, eyeliner, eyelashes, and all like this, and you know, and trying to talk like a woman. But even in your speaking, your characteristics is still like a man, no matter how much you try to girl and all like this and stuff. No, you ain't fooling nobody. I mean, you had me fooled. Really, you had me fooled at one point and stuff, because I wasn't looking at you so closely like that. But then when Buzz got into my ear that you transcended and you became half male and half female, I started to look closely. And me being a man can already pick up on things and stuff. And I picked up on things. And the one thing that I noticed is that you all the time wear gloves on your live, because you don't want to show your hands, because you got manly hands. You are a she-man. You know, you're a she-man. And see, people's, you know, hey, if that's what they want to do, well, then that's what they want to do. It ain't my business if they want to go and get their sword cut off and their balls cut out. People's, I was curious. I was curious to how do they do these operations? How do they do these operations? And if you guys indulge me for one moment, we're going to take a look at this of how they go ahead and they slice and they stitch and they take out the balls and the transition. So let me indulge you for one moment, people. You know, I told you this is an uncanny live and stuff, and you know, we're going to be talking about different things and stuff. And so since we're here, let's take a look at this, peoples, for a moment. Is that all right, peoples? Carla Henry has said they still will be transgender. God didn't create them that way. Well, in God's side, they will still be the way that God created them, regardless of whether they got the sword taken off or not. God ain't gonna call you sisterhood, and He made you brotherhood, because see, in that instance, what you're saying to God is, "Look, Lord, you made a mistake." See, that's what you're saying. You're telling the Lord that you made a mistake. And that's the worstest thing that you can ever do, peoples, is tell the Lord He made a mistake. God don't lie, and God doesn't change His mind. And what God says, that's what it says. When God speaks, it's final. And so when the Lord says that you're a man, you're a man. It doesn't matter if you get your sword sliced. You are a man. And I don't care what society calls you. In God's eye, you are a man. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And see, the thing is, by doing the various things that you did, now you run in the risk of going to hell. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? It's just things that you just don't do. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? See, you know, you can be gay, you can be lesbian, you can be trans, you can be all like that and stuff. And I don't want the people just to think that just because they're that way, that God is frowning on them. No, God loves you, whether you're that way or not. He still loves you. He doesn't like the act. And so the thing is, you know, God is still going to love you. God is still going to protect you. God is still going to do for you. He's going to provide for you, because that's just the love that he has for us. Nothing can separate us from the love of God. And then he outlined all of these things that can never separate you from his love. But understand one thing, people, there's a caveat to that. What you're doing is sin. And see, sin won't allow you to get in. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so no matter how you look at it, you can't sin. See, God loves you, and God wants the best for you, and God will provide for you. He'll do all these things for you, but he wants you to turn away from sin. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? Because sin won't let you in. That's why the woman at the well had to turn away from her sinful nature. She was caught in adultery, people, and the people was ready to stone her. Do you understand what I'm saying? But see, the good Lord had mercy upon her. Do you understand what I'm saying? Good Lord had mercy upon her. You see? And so what did the good Lord say when he had written in the ground? Good Lord says that go and sin no more. Meaning that you got to stop the things that you was doing that made me take a look at you in a different light, because you need to change. And see, the thing is, peoples, if you don't change, well, then, you know, you won't be able to get in. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? You won't be able to get in. And so, you know, that's what it is. And it ain't no sugarcoating it, peoples. I mean, you know, you can be whatever you deem to want to be and live the lifestyle that you want and stuff. But see, even with that, there's consequences behind that, peoples. You know, and God doesn't make no mistakes. I said he doesn't make no mistakes, peoples. So you keep doing what you're doing. And the Lord has already warned you about those type of behaviors. Well, then guess what, people? You know, you are literally asking for it. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're literally asking for it, peoples. And so, you know, I want you guys to take a look at something, and then we're going to be right back up on this, because this is a little funny. So I just need to break the ice for a little bit. But people's in our group chat, please don't text in the chat right now. I'm getting ready to share some, so please do not type in the chat, because I don't want that to come up on the live. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So peoples, let's take a look at this right here.
I'm happy because he never expected me. I don't want peace. I want problems always. I'm happy because he never expected me. I don't want peace. I want problems always.
Wow. Oh boy, I know she was hot. But she had to know that this was a part of the script and things, because I mean, some of the ladies that I know, and they were ever in a situation like that, even if they were playing, oh man, it was some dire consequences going to be happening and things, They want problem. Well, yeah, they're going to get the problem. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? They're going to get the problem. And so, I just thought that was a little funny. But anyway, like I was saying, people, it doesn't matter. And see, it took me some time to learn this and understand this, but I've learned it and I understand it since I got older and since I got a lot more wiser and mature. God loves everybody, whether you're transgender, whether you're gay, whether you're lesbian, whether you're heterosexual, whether you're homosexual. He loves you because you're his creation. He loves you. And he made you in his image and his likeness. And God made each and every one of us so unique and so different than everybody else. We all are unique in our own character, in our own flesh, in our own way. And we need to embrace that. We are an individual and we should love on ourselves more so than loving another. Do you understand what I'm saying? But don't get the big head. Don't get the big head, Don't get conceited. Don't get rotten inside and stuff and thinking that you're all that in a cup of tea. Some people tend to think that way, and they tend to think that they're God's gift to America. But see, peoples, I tell you, when you get older, all of that beauty fades. Do you understand what I'm saying? Beauty fades, peoples. It fades. And so, you start talking all of this, whatever and stuff, God can allow things to happen. And then, you become an ugly duckling instead of becoming a beautiful swan, because it's all within yourself. It's all within the attitude and things. And some people don't have an attitude of gratitude, and they tend to go ahead and speak out and start, oh, well, I'm so beautiful. And, I can't mess with this person, that person. And, they get conceited. They get nonchalant. They get besides themselves and stuff. And, and so time happens and then they start to become ugly because they get all of those wrinkles in their lines. They get the little sag and bags and everything else and stuff. And all of the plastic surgery in the world ain't going to help in things, because that is all false, fake, hilarious and nefarious madness that you're injecting into your body. And then after time, people's that firmness tends to turn to jelly. And then what are you going to do? You got a body full of silicone. Then that stuff start to leak, and then you get sick, and then what? You die of a broken heart because now you thought that you was just the greatest, fine beauty queen that there is. Now you ain't nothing but an old, warted, shriveled up raisin. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? And so, now I don't know why the people do it. I really don't know, but they do it. And I had to come to the degree, peoples, that I don't understand it, but I don't have to constantly browbeat them for it. Do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, I have to let them live their life. And if that's the way that they want to live their lives, well, then, who am I to consistently judge them for the choices that they made? I can't do that. Now, am I accepting of it? No, because I don't accept it. It's against my morals and against my principles. But I can accept you as a person. But the acts that has been done, I will never, and I can't accept. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's a big difference, peoples, because see, the thing is, we are in this world, but we're not of this world. So we don't do worldly things like everybody else. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So if the people want to live the way that they want to live, well, then let them have it. Let them live the way that they want to live. It is not incumbent upon you to tell a person how they need to live. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Let the people have it. Let those people live the way that they choose to live, because you can't live for them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Peoples. I said you cannot live for them. They have to live for themselves. And they're the ones who have to give an account to God for whatever behaviors that they have demonstrated while on earth. Not you, because you got to stand before God just as well as they got to stand before God. And God is going to ask them, why did you do it? I made you perfect. I made you in my image. Why did you change it? And what are they going to tell God? You made a mistake? Well, then God is going to just say simply this: depart from me, ye workers of iniquity, for I knew you not. Now, can somebody be forgiven for being a trans? Well, then, I mean, that ain't up for me to decide, people. That's up for God. That's between them and God. You know, I know that God will forgive you for your sins, but once he forgives you for your sins, that means you need to turn away from it. You know, you need to turn away from it, meaning never to go back to it again. I don't know if you can change your dinky to taco back to a dinky again. But if you do that, well, it won't be your dinky. It won't be your original dinky. It'll probably be a cow's dinky. It'll probably be a moo-moo's dinky. It'll probably be a horse dinky, but it won't be the dinky that the Lord has given you from birth. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I don't know if you can undo what you've already done. I don't know that, people. I really don't know that. I don't know. But one thing I want to do is I want to play a video, because I was curious how it happens, peoples. And so I know you're curious as well. And so we might as well just be curious together, and let's go ahead and let's go to Google and let's go see how the transformation happens, peoples, what they have to undergo. So let me go to Google and let me share my screen, peoples. I said, let me share my screen, peoples. And so we're going to go here and we're going to type in. Well, we're first going to go to the channel right here. So let's go to the channel. Okay, we can go right here. Now we're going to ask, how does a person become a female? No. I need to rephrase that. How does a male become a female? How does a transgender male become a female? I mean, all right, so let's take a look at that. And let's see. Are there any videos? There was some videos, people. Let's go back. Let's go back. And then let's look at video. Okay. So this is a video. Before I show that, peoples, let me take a look at that right quick before I show that. Let me take a look at that. I mean, they got it on YouTube, so I'm sure that they're not showing like actual. So I think they're going to be showing, a lot of. They're not really showing. Oh my God, peoples, this is like. So they're not really showing. So okay, so I think I'm good. Oh well, nah. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ooh, shimmy. Ooh. They're cutting. Oh my goodness, peoples. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Nah, I'm not going to show that. What I am going to do is I'm going to put the link in the chat, and then you at your own leisure can go ahead and see that, because they're showing the man's dinky getting cut off. And I thought it was just a video to where it was just going to show like some cartoons or something, like I did see it on the last time. But this is some actual stuff. And I'm surprised that they got this up on YouTube and they're showing you. You know? I mean, they're literally showing you, peoples. So I'm surprised that they got this up on YouTube and they're showing you how it is, and they're literally cutting off the man's Twinkie. So I'm not going to show you that, but let me look. Let me see, peoples, because when I saw this, I saw I saw a video, but it was like a cartoon like thing. So let me check this right here and see. I can't believe that they're actually showing the Vanja. I mean, these doctors, I can't believe, people, is that, oh my God, they're literally cutting off his dinky. Okay, so here, no, I'm not going to show that. But here, let me copy this link. Let me copy this link, peoples. Then if you want to go see it on your own, then you can. So this is a link to the channel. I know that's a long link. So okay, so what I would do, people, is, yeah, that's a very long link. All right, so what I'm gonna do is simply this. Down. Now, see, I really don't want to here, and let me stop sharing this right here. Let me stop sharing this right here. So I'm surprised that they even let that get up on YouTube. They literally cutting this man dinky off. So, well, I know the second link is so long, but you probably can go to the first link. So, yeah, we're going to not even show that, people, because I'm not showing that on my channel. But that's what it is. If you want to see the operation and how it's done and stuff, yeah, you can go to the link and you can go watch it. But that's to the degree of where I'm going to go, because I work too hard for my channel, and that's the last thing that I want to put on my channel for me to get a strike. Y'all hold on for a moment. Okay, people, so I'm back. So, yeah. So, that's what a man undergoes to be a woman. And so, it's a gruesome. It's a very gruesome situation, peoples. You know, it's really heartbreaking to see, but you know, it is what it is. But I have learned to be respectful of their I have learned to be respectful of, you know, that of what they had chose to do. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So I have learned to be respectful of that what they chose to do, and if that's what they chose to do, then you know that's what they chose to do. I've learned to be respectful of that and things. Not that I agree with it. I don't agree with it, but at the end of the day, you know, it is what it is, and that's what it is, people. And so, let me go here for one moment. Let me go to my group channel, peoples. And let me see if there's any other things that the people have posted in there that we can go ahead and take a look at. Okay, so Honesty had posted something about a 15-year-old. So we're going to go and we're going to take a look at this, peoples, because here it is, another person coming up missing. So we're going to take a look at that, people. So let me share my screen.
Misha, this is Lawrence. He go by low. He said he was going to the store with some friends. A friend came in, picked my nephew up, said they were going to the store. We have not seen him since. This is nothing like him. We are a really close family. Every single person's house that he would even go to, we've checked. We're all out here. We were told by a friend, or supposed to be a friend, the person who was driving the car, that they dropped him and another boy off in this area, and that they took off walking. But his grandmother lives a couple blocks away, so he would have went to a grandmother's house. My sister right here lives a couple blocks away. He would have went to her house. I live a few blocks away. He would have went to my house. He has not showed up at anybody's house. Oh, I cannot believe we holding this. Misha, this is Lawrence. He go by low. He said he was going to the store with some friends. A friend came in, picked my nephew up, said they were going to the store. We have not seen him since. This is nothing like him. We are a really close family. Every single person's house that he would even go to, we've checked. We're all out here. We were told by a friend, or supposed to be a friend, the person who was driving the car, that they dropped him and another boy off in this area, and that they took off walking. But his grandmother lives a couple blocks away, so he would have went to a grandmother's house. My sister right here lives a couple blocks away. He would have went to her house. I live a few blocks away. He would have went to my house. He has not showed up at anybody's house.
And so he came up missing, peoples. And so if anybody has seen him, they haven't given any information as to how they can go and reach out to them to let them know. So I guess, you know, it's a community thing and stuff. But this next one right here, peoples, this next one right here is going to tug on your heart in a major way. I mean, in a major way, peoples. And I'm just trying to prepare everybody for it because, you know, man. So let me just share my screen and we're going to talk about this, peoples. We're going to talk about this right here. It says, mother accused of using rope string to strangle 1-year-old found dead in hearse. Did you hear what I said, peoples? A mother accused of using a rope string to strangle a 1-year-old found in a hearse. And there she is right there, peoples. Little Miss Mama. Right there. A 1-year-old. Found dead, strangled by her mother in a hearse, peoples. She's not missing, but they found her dead and strangled by her own mother. Peoples, how gruesome and how grotesque the people can be to go ahead and strangle your own child in the manner to which we see it here. How gruesome and grotesque it is, people. This is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy, peoples. The stories that you see, peoples, you can't make it up. And the stories that I'm showing you, you would say to yourself, how and why, and for what reason. And see, the thing is, not too many people is talking about these stories, people. But see, I wanted to bring awareness to them because of the simple fact that nobody is talking about them. This 1-year-old child, this baby girl, this little buttercup, little mama, will never grow up to see the light of day. She will never know what life is like. She'll never know what it's been to be in kindergarten, grade school, junior high school, college, to be able to get married, to be able to have a young one like her. She'll never know that, peoples. Life snuffed out by her own mother, peoples. Oh my God. See, people's, it's when I talk about cases and stuff, I get so wrapped up, tied up, tangled up in it. I get so emotional, because it's could have been my child in that situation. And it's hard, baby. It's hard. It's hard. Oh man. Okay. Give me strength, Lord, because I want to talk about this. So let's see how far is this going to go. Okay, so it's not really a long. It's not really a long. Damn. Look all of these cases, people. Oh my God, this is just sad. It's really sad. You got some horrific people in this world. Some sad people. All right, so the article is not that long, so let me go ahead and let me read this, people. So first, we're going to play this video, and then I'm going to read this article. Let's take a look at this.
If you're a YouTuber and you want to save hours managing your library,
yeah,
you need to come check out how you can edit your end screens, cards.
And that breaking news right now, police are investigating after a baby girl's body was found inside of a hearse in Gadsden. The owner of West Gadsden Funeral Home getting that shocking phone call this morning. Here's a look at the scene. Your reporter, Brady Talbert, joins us right now with what we know about this heartbreaking case and the toll it's taking on the community. Brady.
Well, James, this is an absolutely horrifying case that we're about to tell you about. And Gadsden police want you to know they are working hard to get this baby girl the justice that she deserves.
On Saturday morning, the inside of this hearse became a crime scene. A Gadsden police homicide investigation after employees found a dead baby inside.
I'm sure somebody is missing a kid. It's somebody's loved one. It is an African-American baby.
Dantez Robinson, the owner of West Gadsden Funeral Home, tells WBRC the baby girl appeared to be less than 3 years old. His employees were returning from a call when someone thought they saw a doll in the hearse.
I got a call from one of my employees. They was getting ready last night. We went out on a pickup, and this morning, we get back. He was getting ready to do some grounds work, and we get back to find a infant baby inside of one of the hearses.
To be clear, the baby was not in a casket. Gadsden police saying she appears to have been placed here. Neighbors on scene just shocked at the news.
When you come into something like this, you're encountering not only the community's worst day, but it could be yours too. Because like you said, a lot of us do have children.
Lieutenant Dusty Ford saying they are taking this seriously to ensure justice in this case.
We want to make sure that we follow everything that we can as far as collecting evidence, making sure that we cross all the T's and dot all the I's so that our community can have justice, because this is a tragedy and we're going to treat it as such.
And no doubt many parents in our community are holding their children extra tight tonight. Now, if you know anything whatsoever, Gadsden police do want to hear from you. So go ahead and give them a phone call at 256-549-4500. Your reporter, Brady Talbert, WBRC 6 News, on your side.
Oh my God, peoples. Man. I mean, ooh, that took the life out of me. Let's read this article, peoples. Okay, it said a mother has been arrested after a 1-year-old girl was found dead inside a hearse at a funeral home in Gadsden, Alabama, authorities said. The baby had been strangled with a thick rope string, according to court records. Dantez Robinson, the owner of West Gadsden Funeral Home, said employees was returning from a separate call Saturday when someone thought they saw a doll in the hearse. But when they opened the door, they realized it was a human baby. I got a call from one of my employees. They were getting ready last night. We went out on a pickup, and this morning we get back. He was getting ready to do some groundwork, and we got back to find an infant baby inside the hearses, Robinson said. The baby was not in a casket, but she appeared to have been placed in the hearse. Authorities identified the baby as 1-year-old Blessed Pearl. And there she is right there, peoples. Jesus. Gadsden police arrested Tarika Pearl, the baby's mother, on Sunday. In under 12 hours, the investigation moved from uncertainty to arrest, wrote Lieutenant Dusty Ford with the Gadsden Police Department. There is the heifer that literally took the life of the child. Right there, peoples. She doesn't deserve leniency. Can anyone ever forgive her? I'm sure that there would be some that can probably muster that up. But as far as I'm concerned, put this heifer away for all eternity. Never to ever have any kids or walk the face of this earth. For what reason does she have to go ahead and unalive her own child? No reason whatsoever, peoples. It is just disgusting. Very disgusting, peoples. And I mean, whew, my God, Jesus. Oh God, Jesus. Mm. And see, peoples, these are the monsters that we're dealing with daily. And these are the cases that needs to be talked about in things, because these people should never ever be able to walk out in the community at all, period. They should be thrown into the prison and have the key thrown away from them. And they should give the harshest sentence possible that is required by law. You know, now, whew, man. Major Craig Ford said this was a tough case for everybody involved. And just look at this woman. Look at this woman. I'm not trying to judge her, peoples. I don't know what her life was like. I said I don't know what her life was like, peoples. It says Tarika Pearl is charged with capital murder of a person under 14 years old. She is being held at the Etowah County Jail without bond. Etowah County Jail. Yeah. Well, capital murder means she's going to get the death penalty. So it means that out of so many years of her being in prison and stuff, you know, eating bologna sandwiches and whatever they sell in there and things, you know, that's all you're going to have for the rest of your life. So she's going to lose a lot of weight, you know, unless she has some people on the outside that, you know, is going to pack her up with a lot of stuff on her commissary, but she's going to lose a lot of weight. And she's going to eat bland food for the rest of her life, processed food, processed madness, beans and rice and milk and cookies and orange juice or whatever they give in there to the people, you know. It says, I'm proud of the way our police department went after the truth and got it done, Ford said. An arrest doesn't take away the hurt. It doesn't. But it does means we're one step closer to justice for this child. Pearl is charged with capital murder of a person under 14 years old. She is being held at the Etowah County Jail without bond. A preliminary hearing was set for Pearl on Monday. Further details were not given. And so there it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. This little beautiful bundle of joy. was found strangled and placed in a hearse. Now, my question is, how did she get in the hearse? I mean, did she just happen by happenstance see the people whose body that they were going to pick up and stuff? That's the question. Because usually when the people come pick up the body and things, they don't leave the hearse unlocked. You know? So my question is, how did that baby get into that hearse? How? Because I know when they came to my house, my mother's house, to come pick up her body when she had died on Christmas Day, you know, they don't leave the hearses unlocked and things. You know, they came in, they wrapped my mother's up in a body bag and stuff, and then they transported her body down to the funeral home. And then, you know, they prepared her for her funeral. But they don't normally leave the hearses unlocked. So my question is, how in God's name did she ever get the body in the hearse without anybody ever being able to see her put the body in there? You know? And how long was the baby deceased? And then, you know, why did she do it? For what reason did she do it? Was she trying to get back at the man in her life? Or, you know, was the baby too loud? Was the baby crying and she just literally snapped in, you know? But the question is, and they're not giving us no answers, how did that baby get in the hearse? That is my number one question. I get everything else. You know, the baby is dead. The baby was strangled. So we got how the baby had died. We don't know why the baby died, but we got how the baby died. But my question is simply this: how did that baby get in the hearse? When the people went to go pick up a body, because, you know, that's what they were doing. But how did the baby get in the hearse? That's the question. Because see, the thing is that, you know, what are they doing leaving the hearse unlocked? Whatever they went to go pick up a body. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so, you know, and then two, you know, what the other question that I have is, what was the baby placed for them to be able to see the baby in their hearse and someone say, oh, well, it looks like somebody left a doll in a hearse? Well, the only things that normally be in a hearse is just the pastor of the church and the driver that works for the funeral home and the casket with the deceased body in it. That's normally what's in a hearse, nothing else. So I got questions about this. How was the baby placed? Because if a person was driving, well, then the person would have been able to see, because it's only two seats in the hearse, peoples. There's only 2 seats in the hearse. So if the driver got into the car, the driver would have to see the baby in the car. Because if you look at the hearse is enclosed. So how, in what way was the baby positioned that a driver would not have seen a baby? And they would have had to know that they didn't carry no person or child and stuff in a hearse that was carrying a doll. They would have known if anybody was in a car with a baby in there. So the question is, people, see, and see, these are the things that I ask. These are the things that I want to really try to get a greater understanding, and hopefully it will come out in the court filings and things. And when this person goes to court and, you know, goes through all of that and stuff, is how did that baby get in the hearse? How? Let's go back up on this, peoples, because see, it doesn't make no sense to me. It says that Dantes Robinson, the owner of the West Gadsden Funeral Home, said employees was returning from a separate call Saturday when someone thought they saw a doll in the hearse. But when they opened the door, they realized it was a human baby. Help me to make that sentence make sense, peoples. Help me to make that make sense. How did the baby get in a hearse without anybody seeing it? And when did the employees seen it? They said Dentes Robinson, the owner of West Gadsden Funeral Home, said employees was returning from a separate call Saturday, meaning that they were going out to pick up someone's deceased body and take it back to their funeral home, when someone thought that they saw a doll in the hearse. Where was the doll in the hearse for you to just all of a sudden just happen to see a baby in the hearse? Because you couldn't have seen it in the front seat, because the driver gets in. I mean, you naturally look aside from you, and you would have noticed a baby there. So the only other place that the baby could have been in the hearse is in the open part to where you lie the casket in. And question is, they had to open up the door to find a baby laying down where the casket would have been rolled into the hearse. So that is the only conceivable place that this woman could have sat the baby down. Now the question is, how did she get to the hearse? And how was she able to open up the hearse and lie the baby down in the hearse? Those are the questions that I have, peoples. Those are the questions that I want to try to seek some answers for, because this doesn't make no sense to me. How in God's name did this baby get in the hearse? How? I mean, I'm trying to visualize this, peoples. Look at the hearse. Look at the hearse. There's only two places that the baby could be in the hearse: in the front seat or in the back where the casket goes in. And it had to be in the part where the casket goes in. But then my question is simply this: where were they when this baby was placed in the hearse? Where were they? Those are the questions I want answered. You know, because it's not every day that people go out and pick up bodies and things like that and stuff. And then, you know, they go and pick up bodies and things, and then you know, the people have access to their vehicles. That just doesn't happen. This is an uncanny situation. This is an uncanny type of case, and I'm going to follow this case, people. So I'm going to follow this case. I got to, my curiosity is piqued as to how in God's name did this woman get a baby in the hearse. And my question is, where did the employees find the baby? And how long was that baby in that hearse before they finally figured out? Because see, if the baby was in the hearse, the baby wasn't tied down to anything. So whenever the hearse drive off or something, they had to hear the clanging and banging of the baby rolling around where the casket would have laid. So, you know, by the baby being back there and stuff, the baby had to been rolling around and things. So they had to hear some thumping and bumping and things if they were, driving around and stuff. That baby wouldn't have stayed in no one position. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? So when they make the turn, the baby will have rolled because all it is just a smooth surface in the back. That's it. A smooth surface for the casket to roll in on. They have retracting wheels that the casket rolls on those wheels and then it rolls right into place. So if a baby was back there, it's nothing to tie down the baby to keep it secure. The baby would have been rolling all around in that Hertz as it drove. Because the surface is so smooth that baby would have been bumping here and there and all everywhere and stuff. And man, just the thought of that, just wow, this is, oh my God, man. Jesus. And see, I know because I filmed thousands of funerals. And just imagine that this little lifeless child is in the back of a hearse. And my question is, how did that baby get back there? How did she get access to the Hertz without nobody knowing? Somebody dropped the ball. Somebody dropped the ball because that's not protocol, people. It's not. Because see, the thing is that if you're walking and you're leaving the Hertz unattended and open, and just say that somebody's body was in there and stuff, somebody can literally go and open up the door, unscrew the little lock thing to where they, hold the casket in place, pull the casket out just on GP measures and stuff. And the casket would have been on the ground. You're not locking the people's property, and the body is people's property. Casket is people's property. You don't never leave the hearse unattended. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? You don't leave the hearse unattended. And even if you got a body in there, or if you don't have a body in there, you still don't leave it unattended. You still don't leave it unlocked. Somebody didn't follow protocol. So somebody needs to be fired. That just doesn't happen. And they're not giving us no details, people, on this. And I'm getting very irritated because I'm kind of like, well, I got some questions. And my question is, how in the hell did this woman get access to the Hertz? How? Who left the hearse unattended for a lady to go and put a baby in the Hertz? I got to follow this, people. I'm going to follow this. I'm going to give you an update up on this because this is crazy. Oh my God. I can't, peoples. I can't. I just can't. My mind is just, man, wow. I can't even begin to fathom this right now, people's mind. I'm way too emotional because all of the funerals that I have ever videotaped and things, and the memories that I had made for the people, and then to just come across this, this is one of the things that my moderators had put into our chat, and Wow. I can't phantom this. I can't even think right now. I'm closing on this live, people. I'm way too emotional right now. You know, this is. Oh, this is going to haunt me for quite some time. Because I can't even begin to fathom how all of this stuff could have happened. And how could a baby be placed in a hearse without them even knowing? It just doesn't add up, people. It doesn't add up at all. I don't get it. And I got way too many questions and answers and things, and my mind is racing. See, it's these type of cases that I love to talk about and stuff because, see, I'm a very analytical person, you know, and I look at things differently than other people. And here, let me change this because wow, this is way too much. I'm sure going to follow this, people. So I'm going to follow that case. Yeah, going to follow that case, people. It's really something. Wow. All right, people, so let's take a look at this right here. Elisa Lam case has finally been solved. They found her, the young lady who was missing. Elisa Lam case finally solved, and it's not good. Shout out to Quanta for the live.
Details tonight in connection with a grim discovery at a downtown LA hotel. Police now believe the body found inside a rooftop water tank is that of a tourist who disappeared 3 weeks ago.
In the heart of Los Angeles stands the infamous Cecil Hotel, a place where nightmares and reality seem to blur. In 2013, the discovery of 21-year-old Canadian student Elisa Lam's body floating in one of the hotel's rooftop water tanks shocked the world. The disturbing elevator surveillance footage of her final moments, displaying erratic behavior as she appeared to hide from someone unseen, became one of the internet's most analyzed mysteries. For years, theories ranged from paranormal phenomena to murder conspiracies, but conclusive answers remained elusive. That is, until 2025, when groundbreaking forensic advancements finally began to unravel what truly happened during those fateful days in January 2013. What follows is the definitive account of a mystery that haunted the internet for over a decade, and the scientific breakthroughs that finally brought answers. To understand the magnitude of this case, we must first travel back to January 26, 2013, when Elisa Lam checked into the Cecil Hotel. The 21-year-old University of British Columbia student was on what her family described as a West Coast adventure, a solo trip that would take her through California. She had been documenting her journey on social media, posting enthusiastic updates about San Diego before arriving in Los Angeles. Initially staying in a shared room, hotel staff later moved her to a private room following complaints about her odd behavior from roommates. Elisa was last seen by the hotel staff on January 31st. When she failed to check out as scheduled and missed her daily calls to her parents, alarm bells rang. Her family, concerned about her uncharacteristic silence, contacted the LAPD, who initiated a missing person investigation. Officers searched the hotel with dogs but found no trace of the young woman. They released her photos to the public, hoping someone had seen her. What transformed this from a routine missing person case to an internet sensation was the footage released by police on February 14th. The now infamous elevator surveillance video showed Elisa behaving bizarrely and entering the elevator, pressing multiple buttons, peering out into the hallway, hiding in the corner, making strange hand gestures, and eventually walking away. The timestamp indicated this occurred on the day she vanished. The 4-minute video went viral, spawning countless theories and amateur investigations. The footage remains disturbing to this day. Elisa's movements appeared jerky and unnatural. At times, she seems to be communicating with someone outside the elevator, yet no one else appears on camera. She steps in and out of the elevator multiple times, at one point waving her hands in unusual patterns. The elevator doors remain open throughout the encounter despite her pressing numerous buttons. Perhaps most chillingly, at one point she steps outside and appears to be hiding, as if evading someone in pursuit. When she finally leaves the camera's view, she's never seen alive again. The Cecil Hotel's dark history. Built in the 1920s as a luxury hotel during Los Angeles' booming expansion, the Cecil quickly fell from grace during the Great Depression. Located in what became Skid Row, it developed a reputation as one of America's most haunted and tragic locations, a reputation that would eerily foreshadow Elisa's fate. Long before Elisa checked in, the Cecil had accumulated a staggering list of and unexplained deaths. In 1947, Elizabeth Short, infamously known as the Black Dahlia Bentopol, was reportedly seen at the Cecil's bar shortly before her gruesome murder, though this connection remains contested. In the 1980s, notorious serial killer Richard Ramirez, known as the Night Stalker, resided at the Cecil while conducting his reign of terror across Los Angeles, supposedly disposing of bloody clothing in the hotel's dumpsters. Austrian serial killer Jack Unterweger also stayed at the Cecil in 1991 while working as a journalist covering crime in LA. Ironically, during this time, he murdered several sex workers in the surrounding area. The hotel's dark history includes numerous suicides, including a woman who jumped from an upper floor in the 1960s, killing herself and a pedestrian she landed on. By the time Elisa arrived in 2013, the Cecil operated partly as Hotel Stay on Main, a budget hotel catering to tourists seeking affordable accommodation. However, long-term residents still occupied parts of the building, creating an unusual mix of transient visitors and semi-permanent inhabitants. The neighborhood remained dangerous, with drug activity and crime prevalent in the surrounding streets. The hotel's architecture itself contributed to its ominous atmosphere. A labyrinthine structure with multiple access points, fire escapes, and rooftop areas that were difficult to secure. The water tanks on the roof, where Elisa would ultimately be found, were part of an aging infrastructure system that supplied water to the entire building. This architectural context would prove critically important to understanding how events unfolded. The water tank discovery. On February 19, 2013, nearly 3 weeks after Elisa's disappearance, maintenance worker Santiago Lopez climbed to the Cecil Hotel's roof to investigate guest complaints about low water pressure and an odd taste in the water. What he discovered would forever link Elisa Lam's name to one of the most disturbing hotel deaths in American history. Upon checking the 4 1,000-gallon water tanks that supplied the hotel, Lopez noticed the hatch to one tank was open. Peering inside, he discovered Elisa's body floating face up in the water. She was nude, with her clothes and personal effects floating nearby. Hotel management immediately contacted the police, who faced the grim task of recovering her body from the confined space. The Los Angeles Fire Department had to cut open the tank from the side to remove her remains. As the tank's opening was too small for conventional retrieval, the discovery sent shockwaves through Los Angeles and beyond. Hotel guests were horrified to learn they had been showering, brushing their teeth, and drinking water from a tank containing a decomposing body. Health officials quickly distributed do not drink orders, and the hotel switched to an alternate water supply. Tests eventually revealed the water contained elevated bacteria levels but no harmful pathogens, small comfort to the traumatized guests. The location of Elisa's body raised immediate and troubling questions. The hotel roof was supposedly secured, with alarms and locked doors preventing unauthorized access. Yet somehow Elisa had not only reached the roof but had also managed to enter one of the water tanks, a feat requiring considerable effort. The tanks stood on concrete blocks, approximately 4 feet above the roof. Each was covered with a heavy metal lid that would have been difficult to move and impossible to replace from inside. Media coverage intensified as these details emerged. International news outlets picked up the story, drawing parallels to horror movies and urban legends. The circumstances seemed so impossible, so deliberately staged, that foul play appeared to be the only explanation. How could someone accidentally end up inside a locked water tank on a supposedly inaccessible roof? Forensic teams meticulously processed the scene, collecting water samples, testing the tank's exterior for fingerprints, and examining Elisa's belongings. Her cell phone was never recovered, adding another layer of mystery. Initial examinations could not determine if she had entered the tank voluntarily or had been placed there after death. The advanced decomposition of her body in the water complicated efforts to establish an exact time or cause of death. Previous theories and dead ends. As investigators worked to make sense of Elisa's death, theories proliferated faster than facts. The Los Angeles County Coroner's Office initially labeled her death as undetermined, fueling speculation. When they eventually ruled it an accidental drowning, many remained unconvinced. The peculiar circumstances and unanswered questions led to a maze of theories, some plausible, others venturing into the realm of the supernatural or conspiratorial. The paranormal theories gained particular traction online. Some believed Elisa had encountered a malevolent spirit in the hotel, pointing to her strange behavior in the elevator as evidence of possession or fear of something supernatural. Others connected her case to Korean elevator games that supposedly summoned spirits. These theories, while lacking evidence, spoke to the unsettling nature of both the Cecil Hotel and the elevator footage. More grounded theories focused on potential foul play. Some suspected hotel staff who had access to the roof and knowledge of the hotel's layout. Others proposed that Elisa had witnessed illegal activity during her stay and was silenced. Conspiracy theorists even suggested government involvement, noting similarities between her death and a tuberculosis outbreak in Skid Row at the time, the test for which was called the Lam-Elisa test, a coincidence too striking for some to dismiss. Law enforcement pursued multiple leads that ultimately went nowhere. They interviewed hotel employees and guests extensively. Security footage from nearby businesses was reviewed for any sign of Elisa leaving the hotel or being accompanied by suspicious individuals. Her social media accounts and electronic communications were scrutinized for clues about her mental state or potential meetings with strangers. Despite these efforts, no evidence of another person's involvement emerged. Toxicology reports from 2013 found traces of her prescribed medications, Wellbutrin, Lamictal, Seroquel, and Effexor, but at levels consistent with therapeutic use rather than overdose. No illegal drugs were detected. Without evidence of drugs, alcohol, or physical trauma that would explain her behavior, investigators hit a roadblock. The physical evidence presented its own contradictions. How did Elisa access the roof, which reportedly required bypassing locked doors and alarms? How did she climb into the tank without a ladder? And perhaps most perplexingly, how did the tank lid get closed if she had entered voluntarily? These questions led some detectives to continue believing in foul play despite the official ruling. Mental health considerations. Particularly her mental health journey provides crucial context. Elisa had been diagnosed with bipolar I disorder and was managing her condition with a combination of medications. This aspect of her story was initially overshadowed by the sensational details of her death, but it would prove central to understanding what happened. Bipolar I disorder is characterized by manic episodes of elevated mood, energy, and activity levels, potentially accompanied by psychosis. These episodes are typically followed by periods of depression. While many people with bipolar disorder lead stable lives with proper treatment, medication management can be challenging. Elisa's medical records, released years after her death with her family's permission, revealed she had experienced both manic and depressive episodes in the past and had been hospitalized for her condition. Her prescribed medications included mood stabilizers, Lamictal, antidepressants, Effexor, and Wellbutrin, and an antipsychotic, Seroquel, a combination commonly used to treat bipolar disorder with psychotic features. However, maintaining this complex medication regimen while traveling could have presented difficulties. Travel disrupts daily routines, potentially affecting medication adherence. Stress, time zone changes, and sleep disruption, all common during travel, can trigger or exacerbate symptoms in people with bipolar disorder. Elisa's Tumblr blog, discovered after her death, provided additional insights into her mental state. In the months before her trip, she wrote about her struggles with depression and mood swings. Her post alternated between optimism about her future and expressions of deep anxiety. In one particularly revealing entry from November 2012, she wrote about forgetting to take her medication for several days and experiencing racing thoughts that wouldn't stop. Friends and classmates later described Elisa as bright and creative, but sometimes withdrawn. During manic phases, she could be outgoing and adventurous, possibly explaining her decision to embark on a solo trip. Her parents reported that while she had traveled alone before, this longer journey was unusual for her. They maintained regular check-in calls specifically to monitor her well-being. Mental health experts who reviewed the elevator footage noted that her behavior showed potential signs of a psychotic episode. The hand gestures, hiding behavior, and apparent conversations with an unseen presence align with symptoms of hallucinations or delusions. The disorientation evident in her movements may have indicated she was experiencing a break from reality at that time. It's important to note that bipolar disorder does not typically lead to the kind of tragedy that befell Elisa. Millions manage the condition successfully without such outcomes. However, in rare cases, severe manic episodes with psychotic features can impair judgment and perception of danger. Understanding this aspect of Elisa's life isn't about stigmatizing mental illness, but recognizing how it might have influenced the events leading to her death. The breakthrough evidence of 2025. 12 years after Elisa Lam's death, a series of technological breakthroughs prompted the LAPD to reopen her case. Advanced forensic tools unavailable in 2013 offered the potential to analyze evidence with unprecedented precision and to examine digital data that had previously been inaccessible. What followed was a cascade of revelations that would finally bring clarity to a case that had perplexed investigators and the public for over a decade. The first breakthrough came from enhanced video analysis. Using AI-powered image enhancement developed for national security applications, technicians were able to restore degraded security footage from cameras overlooking the Cecil Hotel's roof access points. These cameras, which had been deemed non-functional in 2013, actually contained recoverable data. The enhanced footage clearly showed Elisa accessing the roof alone through a fire escape that had been incorrectly reported as alarmed and locked. This simple fact immediately challenged the assumption that she couldn't have reached the roof without assistance. Simultaneously, advances in digital forensics allowed investigators to recover data from Elisa's cloud storage that had been previously inaccessible due to encryption limitations. This included location data from her phone, which had continued uploading to cloud storage even after the device itself was lost. The data revealed that Elisa had explored the hotel extensively during her stay, including multiple trips to the roof before the night of her disappearance. Notes in her phone's journal app documented her fascination with the hotel's architecture and history, suggesting her rooftop visits were exploratory rather than random. Perhaps most significantly, reconstructed email fragments revealed Elisa had been corresponding with her psychiatrist back in Vancouver. In these messages sent days before her disappearance, she reported symptoms consistent with the onset of a manic episode: decreased sleep, racing thoughts, and heightened sensory experiences. She also mentioned having difficulty maintaining her medication schedule while traveling. Her psychiatrist had urged her to return home for treatment, but Elisa's final replies indicated she was experiencing paranoid thoughts about being followed. Advanced material analysis of Elisa's recovered clothing revealed additional insights. Using spectral imaging techniques developed for archaeological applications, scientists detected minute traces of rust and paint matching the exterior of the water tanks concentrated around her fingertips and knees. This suggested she had climbed the tank independently without help or coercion. The distribution pattern of these traces aligned with someone who had scaled the concrete blocks and tank exterior with difficulty, not someone who had been placed there after death. Additionally, a comprehensive re-examination of the hotel's water system engineering revealed that the tank lid, previously believed to have been closed after Elisa entered, was likely displaced rather than fully removed during her entry. Physics modeling demonstrated that the lid could have partially settled back into position due to its weight and design, creating the appearance of closure while still being ajar. This explained one of the case's most perplexing aspects without requiring the involvement of another person. The digital reconstruction of the hotel's roof created using architectural plans and laser scanning allowed investigators to simulate exactly how someone in Elisa's physical condition could have accessed the tank. This model, combined with biomechanical analysis, demonstrated that reaching and entering the tank, while difficult, was entirely possible for someone of her size and strength, especially during a state of heightened physical capability often experienced during manic episodes. Advanced toxicology findings. The limitations of 2013's toxicology testing had left crucial questions unanswered about Elisa's biochemical state during her final days. By 2025, revolutionary advancements in metabolomics, the comprehensive study of small molecules created during cellular processes, offered unprecedented insights that would prove pivotal in understanding her case. Using preserved blood and tissue samples, scientists employed ultra-high-resolution mass spectrometry to detect compounds missed by earlier analyses. This technology, capable of identifying molecules at concentrations thousands of times lower than previous methods, revealed critical information about Elisa's medication compliance and physiological state. The most significant finding was evidence of medication discontinuation. While the 2013 toxicology report had detected Elisa's prescribed psychiatric medications, the new analysis revealed that levels of several drugs, particularly Seroquel, an antipsychotic crucial for managing her condition, had been declining for days before her death. Metabolite patterns indicated she had likely stopped taking this medication approximately 3 days before her disappearance, while continuing others intermittently. For someone with bipolar I disorder, this specific medication pattern was particularly problematic. Antipsychotics like Seroquel help control manic episodes and prevent psychosis. When discontinued abruptly, especially while continuing stimulating antidepressants like Wellbutrin, the risk of triggering severe mania with psychotic features increases dramatically. This phenomenon, called antidepressant-induced mania, is well documented but would have been difficult to identify with 2013's testing capabilities. Advanced neurochemical analysis also revealed elevated stress hormones and molecular markers consistent with sleep deprivation. Her brain chemistry showed the biochemical signature of someone who'd been awake for potentially 48 to 72 hours, a common occurrence during manic episodes. This extended wakefulness would have further impaired her judgment and perception. Perhaps most revealing was the detection of altered reality perception biomarkers, neurochemical patterns associated with hallucinations and delusions. These biomarkers, combined with the evidence of medication discontinuation, painted a clear picture of someone experiencing a severe manic episode with psychotic features at the time of death. Temperature analysis of the water tank environment, combined with a new understanding of how hypothermia affects individuals in manic states, provided insight into her final moments. people experiencing mania often have impaired temperature regulation and decreased sensitivity to cold, explaining how Elisa could have voluntarily entered the cold water without immediate distress. However, hypothermia would have quickly set in, leading to confusion, exhaustion, and ultimately drowning. The advanced toxicology findings conclusively ruled out deliberate overdose or poisoning. No substances other than her prescribed medications were detected, and those were at subtherapeutic rather than toxic levels. This effectively eliminated theories involving drug-related foul play or suicidal intent through overdose. Witness testimonies reevaluated. With scientific breakthroughs providing new context, investigators in 2025 returned to the human element of the case, the witnesses whose accounts had been previously dismissed or undervalued. Using cognitive interview techniques developed for enhancing recall in cold cases, detectives re-interviewed key witnesses from the Cecil Hotel, yielding crucial insights that aligned with the new forensic evidence. A former maintenance worker, initially dismissed because of inconsistencies in his statement, provided vital information when re-interviewed. He recalled encountering Elisa on the hotel's upper floors multiple times during his shifts, describing her as exploring every corner of the building. Most significantly, he remembered seeing her attempting to access the roof 2 days before her disappearance, appearing disoriented but determined. At the time, he had directed her back to the guest areas without reporting the incident, a detail he had omitted in his original statement out of fear of professional consequences. Similarly, a long-term hotel resident whose room was near the roof access stairwell reported hearing someone climbing the stairs late at night on multiple occasions that week. She'd mentioned this during initial interviews, but investigators had prioritized looking for signs of forced entry or struggle rather than patterns of exploration. Her timeline of hearing these movements aligned perfectly with the recovered location data from Elisa's phone. Bookstore employees from a shop Elisa visited the day before her disappearance provided additional context when re-interviewed. They recalled her purchasing books about the hotel's history and architecture, displaying intense interest in its structural details and appearing energetic but disorganized, consistent with early manic symptoms. One employee specifically remembered Elisa asking about access to the hotel's highest points because she wanted to photograph the city. Hotel guests who had briefly interacted with Elisa also provided important insights. A couple who had shared an elevator with her 2 days before the infamous footage described her as talking rapidly about the hotel's secret passages and appearing excited about exploring restricted areas. They had assumed she was simply an enthusiastic tourist and thought nothing of it until seeing news of her disappearance. The re-examination of these testimonies, combined with the recovered digital evidence, allowed investigators to reconstruct Elisa's movements throughout the hotel with unprecedented accuracy. It became clear she had been systematically exploring the building, including staff areas and maintenance corridors, drawn by curiosity intensified by her escalating manic state. Perhaps most poignantly, the 2025 investigation located a hostel roommate from San Diego who had traveled with Elisa briefly before she reached Los Angeles. This witness described noticing changes in Elisa's behavior as their trip progressed, decreasing sleep, increasing talkativeness, and growing paranoia about fellow travelers. Most significantly, she recalled Elisa mentioning she sometimes stopped taking certain medications because they dulled her experiences when traveling, a critical piece of context explaining the toxicology findings. The role of modern technology in cold cases. The resolution of Elisa Lam's case represents a watershed moment in forensic investigation, demonstrating how technological advancements can fundamentally transform our understanding of cold cases. The methods employed in 2025 didn't just add new details, they completely reframed what was possible in revisiting unresolved deaths, particularly those involving mental health components. Digital forensics evolved dramatically in the decade following Elisa's death. While investigators in 2013 could access basic phone records and social media posts, the 2025 investigation benefited from quantum computing approaches to data recovery that could reconstruct deleted cloud data, fragmented files, and even recover location information from corrupted backups. This allowed investigators to trace Elisa's digital footprint with unprecedented precision, revealing not just where she went, but patterns in her online searches and notes that reflected her deteriorating mental state. Artificial intelligence played a crucial role in analyzing the vast amounts of data generated by the reinvestigation. Machine learning algorithms identified subtle patterns across seemingly unrelated evidence, correlating her movement patterns with medication timing, sleep disruption, and changes in her digital communication style. The AI analysis identified the progressive disorganization in her writing and social media posts in the days before her disappearance, recognizing linguistic markers of mania that human reviewers had missed. Virtual reconstruction technology allowed investigators to move beyond theory into evidence-based simulation. The hotel environment, water tank, and even the physics of water displacement were accurately modeled using architectural plans and engineering specifications. These simulations conclusively demonstrated that the scenario, which once seemed impossible, Elisa accessing and entering the water tank alone, was not only possible, but the most probable explanation given the physical evidence. Advances in behavioral analysis software also contributed significantly. By training AI on thousands of documented cases involving bipolar disorder, investigators could compare Elisa's behavior patterns against established trajectories of manic episodes. The elevator video, once seen primarily as evidence of something supernatural or sinister, was now recognizable as documenting classic symptoms of a severe manic episode with psychotic features. Perhaps most importantly, these technological approaches worked in concert with traditional investigative methods rather than replacing them. The human elements, witness interviews, medical history review, and behavioral analysis gained new significance when enhanced by technology. This integration of approaches demonstrates the future of cold case investigation, using technology to enhance rather than substitute for human insight. The Elisa Lamry investigation established a new protocol for reviewing deaths involving mental health factors. Cases previously dismissed as accidents or without full explanation could now be examined with greater nuance and understanding. The techniques pioneered in this case have since been applied to dozens of similar unresolved deaths, bringing closure to families who had lived with uncertainty for years. The final timeline. With comprehensive evidence from both scientific analysis and witness accounts, investigators were finally able to construct a definitive timeline of Elisa Lam's final days, one that explains the mystery that captivated the internet for over a decade. This reconstruction presented here represents the most complete understanding of what happened at the Cecil Hotel in January 2013. January 26, 2013, Elisa checks into the Cecil Hotel, initially placed in a shared room. Her journal entries from this day show excitement about the hotel's history and architecture. She appears stable and organized, meticulously planning her sightseeing activities. January 27, 28, hotel staff move Elisa to a private room following complaints about odd behavior from roommates. Digital evidence shows she's still taking most of her medications, but has begun skipping doses of Seroquel, her antipsychotic. Her social media activity increases dramatically, with posts becoming more fragmented and focused on the hotel's dark history. January 29th, Elisa visits local bookstores purchasing materials about the Cecil and LA architecture. Witnesses describe her as energetic but disorganized. Her phone's location data shows her first exploration of the hotel's upper floors and staff areas. That evening, she emails her psychiatrist reporting trouble sleeping and feeling different. Hotel security footage captures her attempting to access the roof but being redirected by a maintenance worker. January 30th, Elisa's sleep patterns are severely disrupted. Her phone notes contain increasingly paranoid thoughts about other hotel guests watching her. She makes 4 separate trips to the roof during daylight hours, exploring different access points. Recovered photos from her phone show she's documenting the water tanks and other rooftop structures. By evening, her text messages become increasingly incoherent, and she stops responding to family contacts. January 31st, the critical day begins with Elisa having been awake for approximately 48 hours based on her device usage and witness sightings. She has now missed multiple doses of her antipsychotic medication while continuing her antidepressants, a dangerous combination for someone with bipolar I disorder. Around 6:00 p.m., she's seen in the hotel lobby appearing disoriented. At approximately 11:00 p.m., the notorious elevator footage captures her in the midst of a psychotic episode, displaying behavior consistent with hallucinations and paranoia. Shortly after the elevator incident, Elisa returns to her room briefly, then proceeds to the roof via the fire escape, a route she had previously explored and photographed. Security footage recovered in 2025 shows her alone, moving with purpose despite her disoriented state. On the roof, she approaches the water tanks, likely drawn by their prominence in the hotel's macabre history she had been researching. In her psychotic state, possibly experiencing command hallucinations or paranoid delusions about needing to hide, she climbs onto the concrete blocks supporting the tanks. With considerable effort, she displaces the tank lid enough to create an opening. Trace evidence on her clothing confirms she scaled the tank exterior using its maintenance ladder rungs, entering the water sometime around midnight. The water, approximately 52 degrees Celsius, 11 degrees, would normally trigger an immediate cold shock response. However, individuals in manic states often have altered temperature perception and heightened physical capabilities. Once inside, the combination of cold water, exhaustion from prolonged sleeplessness, and her compromised mental state quickly led to disorientation. The tank's confined space and slippery interior would have made escape impossible once weakness set in. Based on water temperature analysis and post-mortem findings, Elisa likely survived for only 20 to 30 minutes before succumbing to drowning, accelerated by hypothermia. The partially displaced lid settled back into a position that appeared closed from a casual inspection, creating the illusion that someone had sealed the tank after her entry.
Hello video creators, welcome to Hitcore channel. We added some watermark on each of the videos. Clean background, complex background, even moving watermark. Just click on this plus icon to create a new area. Then place it above the watermark on the lower left corner.
Wow, that was a live right there, boy, man. And that is another live that I really am so interested in looking into, because I have no, I don't have no, y'all hold on for a moment. See, these are the type of lives that I love to get into and stuff, because all of the twists and turns and everything, and there's no clear-cut answers and stuff. This girl, I don't care how much psychotic behavior she was displaying and things and all. Ain't no way that she raised that lid up on her own. You know, it ain't no way. And then she's just going to go to the utmost part of the hotel and then go and jump herself into a cauldron or a tank. Really, peoples? Just like Kanika was supposed to walk herself into a freezer and lay down and died. Save me that. All right, peoples. I'm going to share this one thing and then I'm going to get off of here because, you know, I got to put some things together. You know, I'm trying to wait up to see if these people need a ride to San Francisco or not, to the airport, but you know, they're not calling. So, but I'm going to put some things together. I'm gonna share this one thing. And this is very interesting. I heard this theory before, peoples. I don't know how true it is and things, you know, because everybody is throwing stuff out there. But I'm gonna let you be the judge of it. I'm gonna share this and then I'm gonna go ahead and taper up this live. So let's look at this, people. This was shared by one of the moderators in there. I like I said, I heard it, but I'm not giving it no credence. I'm not giving it no weight. You decide in things, people. You know, I'm not here to think for you. You decide. But I just thought that it was interesting to bring this to the chat. And it must be something because it's got over 225,000 views. So let's listen to this.
Okay, hey family. Whew. I just was reading the comments on the young lady that came up. It was calling her friends fake because it says up here the Kanika Jenkins, her real friends, said Irene Roberts is guilty. Okay, so I'm reading the you know, they chatting, and I'm reading the text messages that they doing, and I came across this girl right here. You see her name? Is it I can't really see it. It might be Tonya or somebody. And she said, tell the truth. Kanika's brother killed Monita boyfriend 2 years ago. And her boyfriend, Monita's boyfriend, had a twin brother. So this come to turn. Then you got to think, you're like, that's why Monita was mad at Kanika, because Kanika's brother killed her boyfriend? You know, is that the reason why Monita, you set Kanika up because of your boyfriend? And he have a twin brother? You ain't tell nobody that, did you? Girl, you so guilty. You and Irene, y'all going to jail with gasoline draws. You guys set that baby up, and y'all know y'all did. And you talking about because Kanika's brother killed Monita's boyfriend 2 years ago. And Monita, you sit there and you plot this and you set this all up for Kanika. She ain't have nothing to do with that. Because if her brother allegedly, if her brother had killed Monita's killed the boyfriend, Monita, why would you want to set your friend that y'all been friends since 3rd grade? And you talking about some little funky, raggedy ass boy? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Condolences to that family, whatever. But what I'm saying is, you don't, girl, you threw your best friend under the bus. Ugh, I can't stand you. You was never a friend. And talking about you gonna kill yourself. That was my best friend for life. Girl, bye. Take that shit on to the damn dragon, and you and your ass can blow up on that one, because you weren't friends with that girl. You had beef with her for 2 years from what allegedly they said her brother did to your raggedy boyfriend. I'm sorry, shoot, but I mean that's kind of on me to say that because the boy lost his life, but oh well, that's another story. Let them solve that. We're here to get justice for Kanika. Okay, we're not gonna feel no sorry for no Monita. Girl, you are so foul. You are so fake. You know what I'm saying? You are so fake. That don't make no sense. You shouldn't have done Kanika like that. And I'm quite sure she really trusts you, okay? She really trusts you, and you stabbed in her back like that. I hope you having all bad dreams, you know? I don't care what happened to you. I don't feel sorry for you or nothing. You fake. You foul. You're a zero.
It's me again, Bunny! You do remember.
All right, people. So I got my work cut out for me. You know, this is a new twist that I've heard. I never really gave much credence on and things. but this is something new to explore. And this was 7 years ago. And this garnered 225,000 views. And so, wow, it's interesting, peoples. You know. Shout out to my moderators for providing this video. Got my work cut out, peoples. Going to check out these 3 particular cases, but especially this last case, you know. I don't see how this young lady can go to the deepest parts of the establishment and drop herself into a tank and drown herself. And then people drinking the water of a decomposing body. Just, oh my God, wow. That's crazy in itself. Just to even think about drinking somebody's decomposing body. Oh, goodness. Just even a thought about that. Oh, it's way too much, peoples. All right, peoples. Well, that's the end of my journey for tonight. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for coming in and hanging with me on today. We're going to come back with a new live. I'm going to check out some things and stuff. And I think we got a new case to explore, peoples. You know, twists and turns. Ooh, just thinking about that. Oh, God, I can't get that out of my mind. You drinking the... Oh, goodness. I can't get that out of my mind, people. You drinking a... Oh, goodness. Oh, man. Oh, my God. It's no wonder that people really didn't get sick, you know, and get really, really sick. I mean, it's then that the water tastes funny and stuff. Oh, my God. Just, oh. Oh, man. No, I can't, peoples. I can't even vision this. This is just crazy to me. Oh, my God. Well, I think I got another case to really look into and talk about. I know the case has been solved, but just the mysteries that surrounded this and stuff. Oh man, yeah, I'm really going to take a look at this because I do understand mental illness is real, you know, and that's real, peoples. But my thing is that how in God's name. And see, you know, when I examine these cases and stuff, I always look for certain things, you know, because what people give a narrative and they say, well, yes, this is the obvious. Well, to me, the obvious is just giving me a lot of questions to ask. And I can't garner no answers that quickly from the questions that I have and things. And one of the questions is just like Kanika Jenkins, How and why? Just think about it for one moment, or just on its face value. Listen, why would Kanika walk herself directly into a freezer? I mean, I just want people to think about that just from face value, just as is. Why would she want to do that? Now, set aside from all of the things about, she's been coerced and stuff like that. Just ask yourself the question, why would she want to just walk herself directly into a freezer, peoples? Why? Just I want you to think about that for one moment. When you say that she is being led, and we don't see nobody on video, but they exit them out and she's being led. Why would anybody want to lead a person directly to a freezer? And if that be the case, peoples, I mean, if you look at the video footage, she ain't turning her head. She ain't doing. Now, if you're going to be led and stuff, your body language will be such as you're following directives of someone. What could they possibly say to lead this girl to her death? Just I want you just to think about that. Think about that on its face value. Why would she want to go and walk herself directly into a freezer? It's almost like what you guys are saying. It's almost like she knew exactly where she was going and what she was doing. I mean, all of the places that she could have been in that establishment, if you say that was Kanika walking the halls of that establishment. Now, I'm just playing devil's advocate now. I'm just playing upon the things of the people who was talking. Now, you help me to make that make sense, because it doesn't make no sense to me. It really doesn't. It doesn't make no sense whatsoever, peoples. I don't care how you slice it and dice it. Because if you're trying to say that this girl walked the halls of that establishment, you got to understand, from getting downstairs to upstairs, do you know the great feat that that the person had to undergo in order to get to the upper level kitchen from downstairs, peoples? And then down Shenandoah Lane, there was video footage that would have captured her walking down Shenandoah Lane, peoples, because that establishment had all types of cameras. But it just so happens that the pertinent cameras that would have caught her in areas somehow just not was in operation. Come on, peoples. Boy, if you guys don't understand cover up, come on now. I said, if you guys don't understand cover up, come on now. Save me with all of this conspiracy madness. The cameras just conveniently just stop working. And then this girl just conveniently just happens out of not even knowing the establishment, just happens to come and funnel up on a kitchen that was in construction, and then she's going to walk herself straight in the trajectory of a freezer instead of walking across on the other side of a open kitchen or whatever. She walks herself directly into the back of a freezer, open up the door, and then walk herself in. I mean, think about that for one moment, just on its face value. Set aside for all of the stuff that the people were saying, oh, well, somebody's leading her and this and that and the other. I just want you to think about that on its face value. It doesn't make no sense, peoples. It really doesn't make no sense whatsoever. I don't care how you slice it and dice it. Because if you say that she did that on her own accord, well, then you're saying is that she is responsible for her own death because she decided that she wanted to go and take a trip to a freezer and cool down. That's what you're saying. That is exactly what you're saying. If you say Kanika walked herself into that freezer and you believe that video madness, peoples, what you're saying is that this girl walked herself into her own death. And when the case of the other young lady, people, out of all of the places to come to the establishment, how in God's name would she ever know that they had water towers up on the top of the roof to just go and open up a door and stuff and then just dive on in? Really, people? Really? I mean, just think about that just for face value for a moment. Think about the feat that she had to go through, even if she was just getting off hinge and she wasn't on her medicine and she was hallucinating things. How could she have known that the tanks that was up on the roof? What, did she see a schematic? I mean, come on now, man. It's just, oh my God, it's crazy. I know. Sometimes I just sit here just in amazement, sitting back here listening to all of these people who proclaim that they have the proof to the truth, but yet the narrative is that this girl walked the halls of that establishment, walked herself into a kitchen, and then you got another girl who was going off and she had some mental issues and whatnot. And then they put her into a private room. I mean, people, see, that was the red flag right there. I don't care how much noise this girl was putting on and things and stuff, or what she was doing. You never leave people with mental illness alone. You never do. Now, I would have bought the notion that, okay, well, maybe she, got caught in, trapped in the elevator or, in the stairwell or something like that and stuff, but not no unsecured area, peoples, to where only the people of maintenance could have been able to get to. See, that's a breach of contract right there. She finds herself they find herself in a tank. Well, how did she get in the tank in the first place? How did she open up the door to jump in the tank in the first place? If that happened, the place wasn't secure. So yeah, the family got a major lawsuit. Whether they tried to deem the child crazy or whatever, still these areas is supposed to be locked and under lock and key. Do you understand what I'm saying? Well, in the case of Kanika, the kitchen was supposed to be locked, was supposed to be secure. But unfortunately, like woo, this girl just happens to just find her way to that particular kitchen and then walk herself into a freezer. Come on, people. I don't buy that for I don't buy that at all. I don't buy that at all, people. I mean, that is crazy thinking. You can't get me to think that this girl walked herself into a freezer and laid down and died. You can't get me to think that, people. And all of the theories that the people come up with and stuff, they can't even back up their claim, which is amazing to me. And then this girl being found in a tank, a water tank, and people taking showers and drinking. Oh my God, people, I can't. Oh, I'm getting sick. I can't. Yeah. Oh, my stomach is hurting. Oh my God. Reality set in, people. The people was drinking her stuff. Her decomposing body, and they're drinking. Oh, goodness. All right, people. So I'm closing on this live. Before I ever get to that point, I got to really just tried to get my mind and wrap my mind off a certain aspect of them not drinking that water. I should have never heard that. I'm going to have nightmares and I'm going to get sick. See, I can't help it, people. I'm a visual, I visualize things and stuff, and it's just in my mind. I can't get rid of that. I'm getting sick. All right, people, so I'm shutting down. People, so I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon today. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something. I gotta go, peoples. I'm sick.